Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Hello, Europe. Hello, all the people here on the 10th edition of the European AI Forum, live from Berlin. We thank that you joined us here in person in Berlin in the Basecamp of Telefónica and online on YouTube. We're very proud that we can present to you the 10th edition of the European AI Forum. My name is Daniel Abbou. I'm the president of the European AI Forum and the general manager of the German AI Association. And with me is
Piotr Mieczkowski, VP of EAIF Forum, but also the managing director of Digital Poland.
Marloes Pomp from the Netherlands, and I'm also the vice president of the European AI Forum.
So you have kind of presidents here, but it's not about titles. I can tell you. This. It's about AI in Europe. The idea of the European AI Forum was founded because we think that Europe has to play a bigger role in AI, and we all, most of the people who are here, have to contribute or are contributing on that. So 2024 was a very interesting year, I think, for AI. I think it's a little bit after the hype, and I agree that hypes are nice for a certain while, but I think we have to go and see how we are playing AI in Europe. And I think this forum, the European AI Forum, is taking a part on that. Piotr, Poland takes a very important role next year in Europe. Can you describe what's going to happen in Poland?
Yeah, so our government is taking the lead in terms of presidency in the council, and they put security on the first place. So it will be cybersecurity, but also will be security in terms of AI. So there will be a lot of talk about dual-use technologies, to use them in drones, for example, right? The second thing I would underline is the AI House. One of the things that will be co-organized by the Polish government will be AI House in Davos. It will happen in 2024 in January.
2025, my friend.
2024, the days of
January. January 2024.
Yeah. So it will be co-hosted by Poland, but also with many other companies from all around Europe.
Mm-hmm. Marloes, in the Netherlands, so in Germany we're always talking about, adopting AI, and that's it's sometimes hard to adopt AI in SMEs and stuff like that. How is the development going in the Netherlands, in your opinion?
Well, I think what's helpful in the Netherlands is that we are a small country and we are quite well organized.
Also flat.
Flat. Yeah. So I see a lot of collaboration between industries in specific sectors, and that's, I think our expertise, like AI and food, or AI and health, or AI and mobility, we are quite open to experiments and to involve universities, SMEs, startups, corporates. So I expect we will have the good expertise how to work together within a specific industry, how to keep your data in a privacy and secure way. I don't expect we will have the next unicorns, maybe, hopefully, but more domain-specific knowledge.
Mm-hmm. So, Piotr, Poland is has the presidency of the EU in the next year, and you talked about, so I know it sounds pretentious, but it is the World Economic Forum in Davos, very cheap being there, and the AI House, you experienced it last year. What do you think?
Even this year.
Even this year. This was this year, and the next year, you're right about that. Can you tell us a little bit about when people go to Davos, to the AI House, which is organized by Merantix, a Berlin company, and as partner country Poland, what they can expect?
I mean, there will be 5 days of speeches and roundtables about sovereign AI, about, I would underline, the AI Act implementation, because Polish government stated that we hate fragmented markets, we are not united, so they would love to look at the AI Act implementation, that we have the same law in each country of the European Union, and that would be the main message. Like, we need to, increase our competitiveness as a Europe, and implement just one single act instead of 27 acts.
Yeah, exactly. that would be good if we would have not a fractured market here, especially on the AI thing. Guys, the European AI Forum is complied by member association, Germany, Poland, and the Netherlands there, but it's also in total 9 countries. So we have Bulgaria, Slovenia, Croatia, France, and Lithuania
Almost
is there,
there.
and everyone is here. So I can only also the people who are here in Berlin at Telefónica can only say exchange yourself. You have a wide variety of European countries there, and I can say with a little proud that today we will join the 10th member of the European AI Forum. Will join, will be the Czech AI Association. We will have a program point on that a little later. And you have a very interesting program. It goes quite long, but I think we have very interesting people there, and I can only hope that you enjoy yourself. But as you can see in this really lovely venue here in central Berlin, yeah, guys, you on YouTube not, but trust me on that. And it's really one of the best experience you can have in Berlin. And we are very, very happy that Telefónica provided this really great stage and this really great venue. And as our hosts there, I want to say hello to Harald Geywitz, the representative from Telefónica for Corporate Affairs. And please give him a little hand, because all the coffee, all the things that you see here is from him. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, come. Let's go.
Dzień dobry. Bonjour. Daniel et moi, on a dit on continue en français, no? So we should try it in English. So I say hearty welcome on behalf of Telefónica Germany. This is the Basecamp, and I'm part of the government relations team here. I think all of you know what O2 Telefónica is doing the whole day long. We are full service provider, telecommunications, and so on. But perhaps not so known is that we, in mobile communications in Germany only, we serve more than 45 million mobile connections. No network operators, no other network operator connects more people in Germany. And so we had a turnover of 8.6 billion euros in 2023. We are majority owned by the Spanish Telefónica group. You may know, one of the largest telecommunication groups in the world. What is this here? Why are we hosting something like this? Because we think we need good debates, we need exciting debates, and we had this for many, many years here, and we established this platform for the capital's digital community. So experts from all branches, but doing with digital questions, meet here interested citizens, politicians, and well-known people also from business and startup scene. So that's the melting pot for all the people interested in the digital ecosystem here, linked also to politics. Together we deal with the future of all of us, and we discuss all the socio-political issues we have today, and not only here, but also via live stream, and that's a good thing to have this connection around. But today we are very proud and happy that the 10th edition of the European AI Forum is here at the Basecamp. And if you allow, I don't want you to stop it, but I was thinking about the European dimension you already mentioned. And in the large member states as Germany, in particular, people too often think that they can argue with themselves. It's enough to discuss it with other Germans from the south, from the east, from the north, and so you discuss it only among Germans, and that's enough. And this is, of course, quite a mistake. Anyone who doesn't think about the European dimension and include it in debates is, from my point of view, definitely on the wrong track. Of course, the AI Bundesverband, whatever, but you understand what I meant. The AI Bundesverband is not on the wrong track and has been following this European path consistently for many, many years. And we at O2 Telefónica are very happy to stand by its side and support this important European exchange, because it's very important to discuss on a European level and not to think, I'm a large country, I know everything, because there are all over Europe interesting people having ideas, and so it's good to discuss it together. And so I'm happy to see you all here, coming through the rain to the Basecamp. I say have fun and have interesting debates today, and please share. The Basecamp is the right place to have these discussions on our digital future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much once again for hosting us. Guys, like I said, this European AI Forum started with 3 members, France, Croatia, and Germany. Now we're 9, and it is a deep honor that today we can announce that our 10th member will join. It will be the Czech Association of Artificial Intelligence. And to do this rightfully, officially, in this case, we are very, very happy that we have the head of the Economic and Commerce section from the Czech Embassy in Berlin here, Mr. Erik Siegl. Please, the stage is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you to German AI Association for organizing this event with the support of Telefónica. It's indeed my pleasure to be here because AI is a buzzword being everywhere in the media, but the first time I have really opportunity to meet with people who understand what AI is. So I'm very much looking forward to this exchange and to learn from you. I was asked by organizers to give a short input on the importance of AI in the Czech Republic. And as you understand, I'm not an expert, but I was fortunate enough to contact Lukáš Benzl, who is the head of Czech Association, and he was kind enough to provide me very interesting information. And this brings me to my first point. I was checking this topic with the ChatGPT, and I found that although the information on the AI in the Czech Republic on ChatGPT is very well framed, structured, it's still a bit sketchy. And I'm very glad that, and I think this is the meaning of gathering like this, the meaning of the association, of European association, that it brings really people together, because on the topic of AI in the Czech Republic, you can definitely learn more from Lukáš Benzl than from ChatGPT. And this is, I think, what we need to do. We need to also develop AI as a human-friendly and inclusive tool, which is also keeping nuances, involving maybe some minority opinions. So, very shortly, what is the importance of the AI in the Czech Republic? Czech Republic has a certain specificity. It's a still very highly industrialized country with about 30% of GDP made up by industry. So AI finds its application in automation processes, predictive maintenance of machines, energy consumption management, because the Czech economy, like the German economy and others, are still high energy intensive. So, and there is also very fastly developing e-commerce in the Czech Republic. So all in these areas, AI is quite present. As the Polish representative here mentioned, cybersecurity is a big topic nowadays. We have companies who are focusing on detection of financial fraud, fight against disinformation, early warning in the data analysis from the open source intelligence. So this is one of the area which is also developing very fastly in the Czech Republic, and which is finding applications also beyond our borders. This brings me to the next point. We should not deceive ourselves that the AI is a global goods that is being shared freely for the sake of human advancement. I would wish AI having the ethos of Wikipedia being freely shared, but we can already see that AI is being misused, is being weaponized, sometimes it's being utilized for surveillance of the people. So I think this is something we need to keep in mind when developing the AI, and also to be aware of the negative impacts of the AI and how to protect against them using the AI itself. My last point would be, in order to harness the potential of the AI in the Czech Republic and probably also elsewhere in Europe, we still need to improve our educational system. I can observe this firsthand, having two daughters in the high school who are going through the schooling process, which I still find not enough prepared for the AI era. We need to move away more from top-down teaching to more critical thinking development. The state and the companies need to somehow encourage investments in the human capital and not just replace the employees with the AI. So there is a big task, big challenge to improve our long life learning, our educational system. In order to tackle these challenges, I think it's no better place than European Association, and I wish you all the success in this endeavor, and I'm very glad that Lukáš, Benzl and the Czech AI Association is joining you today. Thank you.
Lukáš, come up. So I give you the mic here, 1, 2, 3. So, yeah, okay, yeah. Switch on. Is it? Oh, you can take take this one, please.
Good morning, everyone. This is a big moment, not only for the Czech Association of Artificial Intelligence, but also for the Czech AI ecosystem and Czech Republic as well. It's also a great moment for me. I'm really happy that we can join you. And in our association, we strongly believe in 3 simple rules. Number 1, work hard, really hard. Number 2, work fast, because AI is really fast. It's developing extremely fast. And number 3, never ever work alone. We really believe in synergy, in cooperation, in collaboration. And in the Czech Republic, the AI ecosystem is strong. It's growing fast. We have a lot of smart people in Czech Republic, not only in Prague, but in all other cities. We have a great AI solutions. We have a state-of-the-art AI projects. But we know that we are small. Maybe we are great in our minds, but we are small as a country. And that's the reason why we have decided to join the European AI Forum, to step on the European AI stage, and to have a stronger voice in AI on the European level. And if we want to grow even more, we have to do one thing. We have to listen, we have to learn, but we are also ready to scream, we are ready to fight, but we are ready to stay quiet. So that's the reason why we have decided to join you. And maybe some final point from my side. We are really excited to share our knowledge, our vision, our strategy. We are also excited to learn from, not from the association, but from the people in different associations, because it's, at the end of the day, it's about people. So I'm really glad that I know Daniel, I know all of the people from other associations. Thank you very much for the warm welcome. And let's do great things together. Thank you very much and enjoy the conference.
Lukáš, Stay here. Can you tell us a little bit about the Czech AI Association members? What kind of work you do already?
We are quite young. We've been here for 15 months, but we have more than 250 members, corporate members, including brands like Škoda Auto, Skanska, some banks. And the reason why we have a lot of members is that we would like to know how AI changes different fields and different industries. And we do a lot of events, we do a lot of educational stuff. We like to think about us as a business platform, so we do a lot of networkings, connections, and we are basically connecting the dots between sectors. That's the Czech Association of AI.
How do you think, or in your opinion, is the adoption of AI in your economy? So I can tell from Germany that, it's not optimal, to put it diplomatically. How is the Czech way in adoption?
Only around 11% of Czech companies use AI in some parts of their businesses. So that's a small number. We have a lot of work ahead of us. Also, more than 60% of companies don't have a culture for experimenting with AI. And that's something we would like to address. And that's something we would like to change in the future.
Yeah. Well, we're looking forward to changing it with you in the future. And we're really, really happy that you are our 10th member. Lukáš, thank you very much for being on stage.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, guys. The political environment in Europe is interesting. I'm not only looking at the German government. France is also quite interesting what's happening there, but it was also major changes in other European countries on the political scale. But as we all experience throughout the AI Act and the whole negotiation of the AI Act is that, of course, Berlin, Paris, Zagreb, Vilnius are important players in this on the national states, but to be honest, everything with digital legislature regulation is in Brussels. Yeah? We experienced, and I can tell you it was a very interesting experience with the AI Act. I personally know, how can I say, state policy in Germany or federal policy, but I was not prepared for the beast that arrived to me in Brussels, because the complexity and the stakeholders, it was really, really a new experience and much more complex than we ever thought it would be. And there it was pretty good that we had also, but people who we could talk to, not only explain how Brussels work in itself, but who heard us and heard the complaints, because let's be very clear on one thing. The big tech companies from the US or China, they can handle any kind of regulation. They have the money, they have the power, they have the lawyers, yeah, and which startup in Zagreb, in Ljubljana, in Berlin doesn't have, or in Den Haag. And I think this is really important. And now we're in the term of a new legislator in the European Parliament, in the European Commission. And for this, I'm very, very happy that the Member of Parliament, Sergey Lagodinsky, is with us to give us a little outreach of AI policy priorities and the next EU mandate. Sergey, my friend, please come on stage.
Thank you so much, and also from my side, it was a pleasure working with you on all the issues that we discussed. It's great to be here. It's great to be here because it's always great to be here in the Basecamp. Thank you for being an institution by now. If you want to have a good event, a good discussion, then you come here in Mitte. The Bundestag and the ministries are very close, the cultural institutions are very close, and it's great to be here. But today, the discussion that we wanted to start and to launch is quite difficult. It's difficult because there are so many pitfalls and so many complexities that we're discussing. And it's not just about European level versus national level. It is about the technical complexities, but it's also about the complexities of the world and the complexities of the opportunities, but also of pitfalls that the AI technology is presenting. I am green, but I want to compare this to a Formula One race that we are in. And by the way, there is also an e-mobile version of Formula One. So it's not an anti-green example. You know, at the beginning, in the first couple of laps, we Europeans thought we have a chance. We had good engines or batteries. We had good engineers. We were the innovation champions, and we thought we're just going to give gas, as they say in German, you know, and drive away. But then a couple of laps later, we're seeing, actually, we're not the best team. We're one of the worst. And it's not because of you. It's because of all of us as a system. And we see how Team US and Team China is driving away from us for reasons we can discuss, but for reasons that really make us pause. And we see the results. I mean, if we see today, I have it even written here, I mean, 70% of the foundation models are from the United States, not from us. And if we look at the cloud, then the 3 US providers cover, I think 85 or 87%, I have it here, no, 65% of the cloud market, and we cover only 2% with clouds that don't really work well, as many of you know. And the public projects on clouds that are not really functioning. And that's why I'm looking forward to the discussions about the European Cloud Act, which is also proposed by the Commission, but about that I will talk later. And it could be okay. You don't have to be number 1 team. You can be number 3, number 4. But the problem is that in this world, we have to be in the first row. Why? I would say because of at least 2 reasons that are important to me and to us. And it's not my first time that I'm speaking to AI community. And sometimes I have a feeling it's not so bad to give you our perspective. The perspective of legislators that you learned the hard way, the legislative in Brussels. Because sometimes, and I'm very surprised, we all live in our little bubbles. The AI community is like, now I understand why you did the AI Act, and I negotiated the AI Act on behalf of the Greens. Well, number 1 is the geopolitical challenge that we're seeing. It's not just about market deficiencies, and it's not just about our markets not functioning well in Europe. It's about the big geopolitical game we're in. Well, to put it very simplistically, I don't know if anyone knows Joseph Nye is a professor in Harvard. And when I studied, he wrote this book about the soft and hard power. This was beginning of the 2000s. Many of you were not born or maybe did not actively realize, but no problem. Well, I think that the dualism of between the hard power as military and economy and soft power as culture and values is over. We don't have the dualism anymore. We have another power which is important. I would call it, and I call it, the code power. Because it's not just an economic power, and it's not just a values power. It's something really different. If you have the code power, which can be a geopolitical factor because you invest in it, you further it, you use it, then you can have economic impact, but you can also have an impact going beyond that, moving things politically on the global scale. For example, through power of platforms, through power of your products that you are providing. You are controlling a lot. And it's okay, we don't have to control. We can be controlled, one could say. But then there is another paradigm that is coming into play and which is important to me also biographically. And this is the problem of freedom. We are competing not just about economy. We are competing also about how do we understand our societies should work. And digital tools and digital parts and digital spaces are an integral part of this race and of this competition between those who think and understand democracy as liberal freedom and those who understand it differently. Authoritarians, totalitarians, you name it. Let's take China just as an example. And what are the different tools that they are using, the two systems? In the system of authoritarians and totalitarians, the tools of how they steer their citizens are, first of all, ignorance. Not in a bad word, it's in English, it's just not having enough information. And second, coercion. So for them, through digital tools, it is important to keep their citizens not aware of what really happens with their data, not aware of how and which data is really collected. They offer them comfort. They offer them consumerism. And you know, being here in Berlin, which is also my constituency, and my staff, chief of staff here as well, she knows a lot of the people I will be talking about. We brought a lot of people from Russia who are the opposition people, who are against Putin, against the war. They came here to Berlin, and I said, like, yeah, we are against Putin, and of course we are against the system there, but like, people, you live here like in a digital desert. What the hell is going on? We cannot do anything in your government, with your government, in your governance administration online. We did it in Russia. And indeed, in Russia, there is a system. It's called Gosuslugi. You go online, you have an account, you can do anything with that. You make your Anträge, as they would say here, an application, you communicate with the state through that. Great. You can order food, whatever. Well, the thing is, and this is what I call the switch moment. People go there. But now during the war, Putin started sending the draft notices through those accounts. Because, as you know, they don't have enough soldiers to go into army, and the legislation so far was you have to actually get the physical draft into your hand, and then you can refuse, lock the door, go away. Well, they changed the legislation. They said you are obliged to go to the army as soon as the draft is electronically in your account. And everyone has the accounts. And that's when the switch came. And this is what bothers us. It's not about distrusting you AI developers and employers. It's about that moment. Can we still control that moment? Who's going to do the switch? Is this Putin who's going to do the switch? Is this alternative for Germany, who at some point will have maybe a control here, whom we don't trust that much? The German Populist Party, in case, I don't know if everyone is German here. In my village in Brandenburg, they have 47% already now. Or is this Elon Musk, who will turn the switch because he's part of the government, of the Trump government? Or is this Jeff Bezos, who will do it because he needs to suck up to the government of Trump for obvious reasons, as we saw? And this is the conundrum that we're having. Can we have the innovation power, but at the same time have our values and have our control over this technology as legislators? This is our obligation. Getting from there and starting from there with those two problems. Number one, we're not the first in the race, and number two, we want to be the first in the race, but at the same time control the processes. We need to look at the market and at the AI innovation that we're having. And yes, someone already mentioned fragmentation is one of the problems. We have different regulations that do not fit each other. And if we're talking about the data protection, I know, DSGVO, GDPR here, in this community, probably everyone is going to roll their eyes. I understand, but in many cases, I hear those complaints from Germany, but I don't hear them from other countries. I hear these complaints from Germany in different shadings because depending on where in the federal land you are in Germany, you will have different interpretation of the same law. So maybe it's not the problem of the law. It's the problem of application and of the differentiation and fragmentation of this application. And this is what we have to work on. And this is what we'll have to watch when we are applying AI Act. And that's why in the European Parliament we have creating a working group of legislators and negotiators like myself who negotiated, those who survived the elections, who negotiated the last AI Act, and who will now be watching how does the Commission, how does the AI office implement that? Is this coherent? Does it make sense? Can we keep our values, but also can we bring in your voices and your perspectives in terms of having a slim way of implementing this? Because this is what it is going to be about in this upcoming term. And it is about data barriers that we talked about, how to pool data. That's why we have Data Governance Act and Data Act that I negotiated also during last term. Also there we will have to see how it will be implemented. And yes, it is about competition policies because we see that the current competition policies benefit those, they're blind to the system of China. They benefit those who are subsidized by public money and disadvantage those who are not subsidized by public money, but who are homegrown from Europe. So working on those issues, and the one point that I already mentioned here is something that the Draghi report, I don't know who knows, I mean everyone in Brussels knows the bubble, but I hope very much that the real AI people don't have to deal with it, those 300 pages, you have better things to do. But the Draghi report is being interpreted very often as the message is deregulate. Well, it's not what Draghi report says. It says, of course, there is a problem of regulatory burden. I would have been surprised if he didn't mention it. But what he actually is saying is, in order to be the innovation power, in order to be the AI and the digital power, in order to have our productivity ongoing, we need investment. And this is going to be the challenge of the upcoming years for us. And this is going to be, from my perspective, something that you would need. We need investment into infrastructure. I just yesterday talked about e-mobility with Baden-Württemberg, with the Mercedes people and the minister from Baden-Württemberg. They all say we need the infrastructure. We need also positive incentives for buying certain things that are made in Europe and buying technology made in Europe. And this is going to be our challenge. So, but actually, I spoke so much, but I didn't say what I was invited for. That's why, very briefly, maybe a list of things that we are now expecting. First of all, let's stay in this paradigm of Formula One, electronic immobile version. First of all, it's about harmonizing regulation, so kind of a pit crew efficiency that we will be working. We need to streamline regulatory frameworks. That's why AI working group of the Parliament, that's why AI office and the Commission who will be implementing the issues and the laws that we have enacted. There will be state-of-the-art codes of practices that will be detailed. Already now there is a first draft. We already looked into it, but we're still working on this. Number two, we need to upgrade the engine, and I would say upgrade the battery. We need to invest into strategic technologies. It is about, for example, TEFs. I don't know if anyone knows, AI testing and experimentation facilities like AI Metas. They already starting, AI Metas already started. This is an interesting experiment. I hope this will be helpful. If not, tell us. We need to know which screws we have to adjust. Number two, yes, European high-performance computing joint undertaking. It's very Brussels language. It's basically that we need the high-performance computers available for smaller enterprises in the European Union. And yes, compared to the news that we're reading now, that Musk is investing 50 billion, as far as I understand, into hyper performance computing. The 2.1 billion is not much, but it's a good start. And going from there, if we say as well, we need own resources, we need more investment, we need more money that should be invested into innovation, we can move from there. And financial support by the Commission to startups. And it is important to me, because I'm also in the working group on Horizon Europe, in innovation research. And this Horizon Europe, we discussed it just 2 days ago, must be constructed in a more disruptive way. Not the bureaucratic way, disruptive way. It doesn't mean we should forget the fundamental research. I think this is important. But it means that the way how we deal with that should be different. So, and then from that, we go to very specific things. AI Development Act. This is something that the Commission promised in their letters. This is something for public administrative and public procurement that we need to invest more into European AI. European Innovation Act about facilitating access to venture capital. On the national level, and I hope that the next government could maybe touch upon these issues, how to create more incentives in German, but also in the European private capital to dare more venture and to dare more risk. It is about insolvency law, it is about reforming some tax issues, but it is also about reforming insurance law, because this is very often one of the problems. CHIPS Act we already have, but EU Quantum Chips Plan is something that is planned by the Commission, as well as Digital Networks Act. This is a telecom plan. You would, Harald, you would probably know, and you're already a little bit skeptically smiling at me. So we'll have to discuss that as well, as I am in the industry committee that will be doing this. And yes, we need a European Data Union strategy, because what we did with European Governance Act and European Data Act, these are puzzles, parts of the puzzle. We need to bring it together and have a strategy. How can we use our data power? So, and at the end, and I will end with this, what is important to understand is that from a legislative perspective, we will not make it through special laws. Some people looked at AI Act without having read it, and I don't blame them, and say, we have AI Act. What does AI Act say about employment laws? You know, what about the future of employees under AI? Well, it says nothing about that. This we will have to look into under employment laws. We will have to look at the copyright laws. It's a fundamental and monumental challenge for all different legislative areas, and this will be the challenge of the upcoming years. How can we do it one by one, adjusting to the new realities? If we don't do that, but in the first place, if we don't support you, and if we don't support the branches who are the real drivers, we are not the real drivers of innovation. We are driving the innovation in regulation. That's not the answer to the challenges that I mentioned at the beginning. So let's join forces. We are always, I personally also here in Berlin, I'm always open to you. We have a commissioner for startups and innovation, which will be dealing also with smaller enterprises. We need to join forces to get back to the race and to win this race. And when I see the people and your eyes and your achievements here in this room, I'm confident together we will make it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Max Verstappen, Sergey Lagodinsky, in the Formula 1 case. Just keep the microphone for one more second, Sergey. You said about the disruption, for example, in Horizon calls. So I think it sounds fantastic. I think that Europe spends a lot of money in AI development and stuff like that. But it's like and I'm sorry for the German term, Gießkannenprinzip. Yeah? How can you provide or at least aim to a solution where it can be that prioritization, and it can really be disruptive.
Yeah. First of all, by talking and addressing this, and when I talked to Stéphane Séjourné was a colleague, so we have a good, he will be responsible for industry and innovation. Talk to him, but also talk to the people like I did, because I asked precisely this question 2 days ago when I discussed it with the bureaucrats who are in charge of Horizon Europe. I told them, we need to be more strategic in how we give out money. I knew this because 2 years ago, I think, we spoke about this. And ever since, this is something that I really push for. Strategic money, not hundreds people who get 10 euros, but 3-4 areas. Health data, AI and industry. So there we will still have a chance to win the race. And not everywhere where we don't have a chance and we are disadvantaging. So being more strategic, we will have a new program of Horizon Europe upcoming, and designing this program in a more strategic way will be the challenge, but also the opportunity.
Sergey Lagodinsky, everyone. Thank you. See you soon, my friend. Well, wanted to change the program, but in the right second, the man came in. This was the European Parliament perspective, but of course about the implementation of the AI Act, and to prevent a fractured European market, I think it is really, really important that we have a kind of harmonized way of thinking of implementing the AI Act. And the Member of Parliament of the German government, Armand, is here with us to talk about the AI Act implementation and where do we stand. Come on, Armand. Nice to see you, my friend. Here.
Hey, good morning, everyone. And, it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks a lot for the invite. Unfortunately, Sergey, I missed your speech, but hopefully what I'm going to say right now is not going to be 100% in contradiction to what you said earlier on. But I want to start with a more optimistic view, because I feel like we Europeans and we Germans, we tend to be a bit more critical about ourselves than people elsewhere. I think we can be very proud of what we achieved with the AI Act. I think it's quite unique, to be honest, because first of all, it's quite a challenge to manage, to regulate a technology such as AI, first of all. And second of all, if you look at the nature of the AI Act, I think you also see how European legislators actually managed to learn from past mistakes. So I think more than ever, we understood that it's quite difficult to regulate such a technology in the way that it's still going to be valid for the next 10 years. So when you look at the nature of the AI Act, it's quite open. And some people are complaining about the fact that certain things are not clear enough and, you know, that certain things are still left open. But I think that's the beauty and that's the strength of the AI Act, because we are going to rely on expertise and experiences from the day life, from the real life, and make sure that we implement and we interpret the text, the legal text, in the way it's supposed to be. So I believe this is actually one of the most beautiful things about the AI Act, and I'm pretty much looking forward to its implementation. Because implementation is key. I think we can have beautiful text, we can have the best AI regulation in the world, but if we do not manage to implement it in the right way, I think this is not going to be the story we want to have, and we're not going to have the success we want to achieve. And in Germany, we tend to be a bit more detailed and a bit more restrictive when it comes to applying and interpreting the rules. But I can assure you that we also in Germany, we learn from our past mistakes. I think when we look at the data privacy, the GDPR, I think we have been champions in making sure that we go beyond what the legislator was thinking about when they were writing down the text. And but we hear you, we hear the society, we hear the economy, we hear startups and corporates, and we want to make it better. What does it need in order to be better? I think there are 3 things we're trying to achieve here. First point is, as much as possible, and I think that's what Sergey also said, as much as possible, we want to achieve a certain degree of harmonization. We do not want to have so many differences between Germany, between France, between Spain, and so on and so forth. But harmonization also within Germany, because as you may know, there might be certain differences between Baden-Württemberg, Hessen, and so on and so forth. I think this is not really related to AI or to the AI Act, but rather to data and the way we deal with data privacy in Germany and in Europe. So what we're looking at is to bring forward a so-called digital agency, Digitalagentur. And some of you would think, oh, another agency, more bureaucracy, more processes, but I think it's the opposite. So we're looking at the digital agency, which roles is going to be to coordinate the different regulators that you have, the different regulating bodies that you have, in order to make sure that you have a single shop, you have one-stop shop, a single point of contact for consumers, for startups, for corporates, where you can actually reach out to one agency and you will receive a concrete and coherent answer. So let me take a business case, for example. Think about a company based in Frankfurt, I'm from Frankfurt, a company based in Frankfurt, working on large language models with data collected in Hamburg, in Frankfurt, in Paris, and in Amsterdam. So right now, this is actually a nightmare in order to get an approval and start doing your job. Because you need to reach out to the Landesdatenschutzbeauftragten in Frankfurt, you need to reach out to the one in Hamburg, maybe to the one on the federal level, and apparently you also need to talk to regulators in France and the Netherlands. So what we're trying to, and that's only the part related to data. When you're looking at implementing the AI Act, you're also obviously going to also have to talk to the regulating bodies in Germany, which is going to be the Federal Network Agency in Germany. So what we're looking at is to say you have a digital agency, a one single point of contact where you can actually send your request, and it's their role to coordinate within the different regulating bodies and make sure that you receive one answer, and that should be fast and also should be a certain answer. So I think this will streamline a lot of processes, it would create more transparency, it will make things easier, and I think that's the way we want to go. The second thing we're currently looking at is, because there's this fear that with the AI Act, Europe is not going to be able to innovate. I don't feel that's the case, but I hear certain people talking, and obviously we need to take that seriously. But I think one thing that we're not looking at closely enough is the question of Reallabore, of sandboxes, regulatory sandboxes. I think in the AI Act, we have a lot of things that are possible, but we even have this loophole, I want to call it, for things where we believe that or where we don't know if they are regulated, if they are in part of the AI Act, they are still possible to be developed in Europe. And I think the regulatory sandboxes are definitely going to be a big pillars when it comes to having innovation made in Europe, having innovation made in Germany. And we believe it should be in a part of an ecosystem where you're dealing with the state and regulatory bodies that do know what they are doing. We need a different approach. And from my point of view, that's why the Bundesnetzagentur, the federal network agency, and a potential digital agency is going to play a big role in order to make sure that we have innovation made in Europe. And there, I think that's the best where we have the talents. I mean, we need to upskill a little bit, but we do have the talents. And also where I feel like we do have a certain mindset that is necessary in order to make sure that you understand the needs of the different startups and developers on the field. That's the second point. And last but not least, I want to be frank and I want to be honest. Last but not least, we also need to. And I think that's a German thing, so that's why I want to make it clear. I think we also need to let it go a little bit. I mean, there's so many things that we don't know how they're going to play out. I think that would be very, very bold to say that we are going to do everything right, we're going to know exactly how this plays out, and so on and so forth. So I think from the state side, but also all other stakeholders involved, it's going to be quite important that we understand that this is a journey, that the legal text that we have is maybe one step forward. The implementation at the end of the day is another step forward, but there's still so many things we need to figure out on the way, and that's why I believe that we cannot regulate everything. We're not going to manage everything nicely at the beginning. Certain things are going to go wrong, But I think what is important is that the nature, and that's how I started, and that's how I want to close, the nature of the AI Act is based on the fact that different stakeholders comes together, right, quite often, understand what's going on in the real life, look at the text again, and see how they can apply it and implement it and move forward. So that's why I'm looking forward to being in exchange with a couple of you guys, and that's why I value the exchange that we always have with each other. Thanks a lot, and I want to leave a couple of minutes, if you may allow, to receive some feedback and questions. Thank you very much.
Keep the mic. Armand, you said about the national implementation. Is this a culture question? Sometimes we're in Germany have a fetish for regulation as the other European countries. What is your experience about?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And when I used to live in Paris, I was...
Welcome to our fetish session here.
No, but when I used to live in Paris, I was always complaining about the French system and about French people. I was like, why are they so chill? Why, like, how is everyone so chill, and how are things, like easy and so on and so forth? And I used to love our German way of looking at things, doing things really precise and even going beyond what is required. But we are living more and more in a world where being agile is quite important, even more important than being 110% right. And that's why we're struggling in Germany, and I think that's something we need to work on.
So Germany is now in an election campaign. We will vote for a new government pretty soonish. I know, of course, different parties have different opinions about things, but I always realize that people who are expert, for example, on digital levels, through most of the parties, there's an agreement. In Germany, one of the big discussions is, of course, the Ministry of Digital Affairs, something like that. Is it more a projection that we think that with a Ministry of Digital Affairs, the problems will solve themselves? Or what could be a real, how can I say, real plan of, because, so here's my friend Piotr from Poland. Yeah? In Poland, they have an app where the identity card, the driving license, and things like that is there. We have people from other countries who can do so much more on a digital level. I get it that, for example, when they always say Estonia is free Berlin Bezirke, yeah? but of course it's another thing with 81 million citizens. But how can we do that? Because sometimes when I'm with my European friends there, I'm the one from the developing country, So in digital affairs, how can we change that?
No, absolutely. And let me start with your first question. Do we need a ministry for digital affairs? Yes. I think 4 years ago, 3 years ago, I wasn't really decided, and I wasn't really pushing towards a ministry. But looking back at the experiences we made, I would say we definitely need someone sitting in every cabinet meeting and being responsible for digital topics. It's not going to be all the digital topics we have, but talking about, let's say, modernization of the state, talking about all the services, public services of the state, for example, talking about infrastructure, for example. I think it needs to be in the hand of someone, and it needs to be in one ministry. And obviously you need to allocate budget to it, because just having a ministry without budget and without personnel and without mandate is not going to solve it. But I think it's quite important that we do it. That's going to be the first part. And the next part is that I think you were at the conference, the digital conference of the Bundesregierung as well. I think there are a lot of good projects out there. Let's be honest. It's not like everything is bad in Germany. No. We have made so many success in terms of digital transformation. But the challenge that we're always facing is that we are too slow, and the complexity of the German state is the reason why things are not going fast enough. I think it's not a question of ideas, of mindset most of the time. I think it's the complexity of our federal state and our processes that is making it quite difficult.
But is it not also, and I would agree to everything you said there, but is it also a lack of prioritization? So that we try to do everything a little, but let's say when you prioritize, you have to say no to some projects and you have to say yes, because what I'm thinking is that, and what I realize, there are many really good people in the ministries, in the states, and everything like that. But they're in a system from the 80s and with a lack of prioritization.
Yeah, and that's why we need a ministry, because when you're looking at digital affairs right now, let's talk about the Ministry of Internal Affairs, for example. They do a lot when it comes to digital transformation of the public administration, right? Yeah. But also their mandate is to guarantee security. Yeah. So whenever they are thinking about budget allocation, it's always the question, do we want to have more police here, or let's say more security here, or are we going to invest in another project where we've been investing for the last year, but we don't see the results? So somehow they have two mandates and two goals that sometimes may be actually contradictory, right? So I think, and if you're looking at the Ministry of Economic Affairs, you could also argue in the same way. So that's why I believe when we're looking at the political landscape, when we're looking at our ministry, it's quite important to have someone, and then in a house, responsible for that topic and entirely that topic. Yeah.
Armand, everyone, thank you so much for being here. It was a pleasure. Guys, we talked, of course, about the prospects in Europe, in Germany there. And our next speaker, who's a board member of the German AI Association and also CEO and managing director of Certif.AI, a testing and certification provider. So it's about, you know, what we realized, of course, in many of the things is that we see the text of the law, but regulation is one thing, but standardization, harmonized standards is another. And I can say sometimes it's not the most of sexy topics that is standardization, but it's really, really, really important. And we have to realize, especially in standardization and harmonized standardization, that we to be aware what is happening, because sometimes we're ignoring it, we're in the political process, and I'm very proud that my good friend Kilian will tell us a little bit about harmonized standards for AI-friendly innovation. Robert, please.
It's working here? Can you hear me? That's working now, right? Perfect. Yeah, now it's about the boring standards talk. Sorry for that, actually, but I think it's equally important because, and I will come to that in a second, I think it's the most important topic when we're talking about implementation now of the AI Act, and I will tell you for sure why. Very happy to be here today and speak about how to implement innovation-friendly AI regulation, and in particular, as I said, about harmonized standards that we hopefully will have also within the EU AI Act. For 2025, there is a lot to do for all of us in implementing the worldwide first horizontal AI regulation, the AI Act. We heard about it already today a couple of times. And also for me, the focus now should be on my opinion, should be on three things. The first one is actually setting up skilled and pragmatic AI supervisory bodies, both on European and national level. I think that's super important to have people actually talking on peer level with AI providers and AI developers, and that's not an easy task. The second one is actually making use of the innovation and enabling parts of the AI Act. Because I think we heard it, and Armand already said it, the AI Act is not only about supervisory. The AI Act has parts in it actually where the European legislator tried to put in some innovation regulation, some innovation rules. We will all see how this will turn out. The important thing to know is actually that how this will turn out is definitely influenced by how we will implement it throughout the next 2 years in particular. And when we are talking about the innovation enabling part of the AI Act, I'm talking particularly about two things. And for one thing, that's the testing centers and regulatory sandboxes. We had the topic already. And the one thing that is very important to me is let's learn from past experiences there. Because we tried regulatory sandboxes already on the European level and on a national level. For example, for the fintech industry a couple of years ago. So let's learn out of the experience there. I think that's important. The other thing that is actually part of innovation within the AI Act, for me, is interpretation guidelines. Let's make the best out of it, actually, how to help companies, how to help our companies interpret and implement the AI Act, I think that's equally important. The third topic, and you can already guess it, I think, is harmonized standards. And I think, as I said in the beginning, I think this is the most underestimated topic when we're talking about implementation of the AI Act. We need to tackle pragmatic harmonized standards. The chances and challenges are not enough discussed at the moment in policy and regulatory talks. One of the reasons, Daniel said it a couple of minutes ago, it seems to be, or it's supposed to be a boring topic. I will tell you it's not a boring topic actually, because it helps companies, it helps AI providers and AI deployers, and we as the AI industry have now the chance to implement that and to make the law. This is our chance now. And this is also something I want to really stress out. Harmonized standards is not the topic and not the obligation of the politicians. It's the obligation of the AI community, of the industry. So actually it's something where we as the industry really now work on, and we have the chance on, also based on the law. I don't know actually what's the level here in this room in terms of knowledge about the harmonized standards or AI standards as a whole. So let me try also to give you maybe a brief brief outtake on what harmonized standards are and how they are developed at the moment. Harmonized standards are technical specifications developed by national European standardization bodies. So on the European level, we have CEN, CENELEC, and ETSI. These are the standardization bodies on the European level. On the international level, and that you all know, is the ISO. And then obviously you will also know there are national standardization bodies. Here in Germany it's the DIN, not too far away from here. And what we need to know is actually that European product safety regulation often integrates these standards, AI standards, done, drafted, executed by these standardization bodies into legislation. For example, the AI Act, but also many other product safety regulations, like the Machinery Act, for example. And once company, and that's really important, once companies adhere to the standards, they receive a so-called presumption of conformity. And that's the one thing that is really important to understand. So I will say it again. There will be standards also under the AI Act. Once you adhere to these standards, as an AI provider in particular, you will get a presumption of conformity. And that's the most important thing, I think, when we're talking about harmonized standards. What other topics are important, or why are harmonized standards are so important? One thing for sure is simplifying compliance. The instrument of harmonized standards, if done right and in a pragmatic way, is the translator between legal and technical language. How many times, and it's also happened to me many times actually, are people in particular in tech environments complaining about not understand the text of a digital regulation. I mean, I'm a lawyer actually, but I still have sometimes problems also to understand the wording of the AI Act and to interpret this by myself. So how should AI providers, technical teams within AI providers understand that? So the standards, and once accepted by the EU bodies, even harmonized standards, are the operationalization of a legal text, the needed translation, as I said, between a law act and into technical measures that can be applied by implementation teams in-house. This finally simplifies the process for companies looking to sell their products in the EU market, and I think that's very important. The second thing is using harmonized standards provides legal certainty for the companies operating in Europe, as products designed according to these standards are presumed to meet legislative requirements. I said it already. And actually, this minimizes the risk of legal challenges or product recalls. It also streamlines product development and regulatory approval, because the standards also can regulate and will regulate the regulatory approval in form of conformity assessments. Because you all know, within high-risk environments, what you need as a requirement is you need to test your AI system. This is so-called conformity assessment. And also for these conformity assessments, we will see standards. So this is ultimately, hopefully, reducing costs for businesses. Finally, and that's an important point for me, because obviously, as I have lots of things to do with regulatory topics, I'm often faced with criticism that we're always talking about regulation. In particular in the AI community. I'm totally with you. We should much more talk about AI applications and not so much anymore about the regulation. I'm totally with you, but we have to face the fact that although 2024 was about the welcome of the AI Act actually in August, when it was actually registered in the EU journal, we have to face the fact that 25 and 26 will be very much about implementation of this AI Act. And I think what is important to understand is that harmonized standards finally can also lead to more acceptance of digital regulation. Why is that? Because the industry has the obligation to go into these committees and now do the law. And obviously that can enhance the situation of accepting certain regulations, because it was our duty actually to draft and execute on this regulation. So the good thing is that the European legislator also with the AI Act implemented the ability in Article 40 for us to draft such standards in the AI Act. Bad news is, however, and that's maybe the most important part of what I wanted to say this morning here, that we're pretty far away from an ideal standardization setup. And problems for companies providing or deploying AI systems will occur when implementing these AI standards in the future. That's why we, from the German AI Association, formed an AI standards task force already a while ago, earlier this year, and are in steady contact with our members on this very important topic. Obviously, also on the European level, we have exchange with the other national associations on this topic. We conducted many in-depth interviews within energy, mobility, defense sectors, and so on. And here are some of the key findings and observations that are very interesting, I think, and that we need to talk about now also within policy discussions, I think, a bit more. First one is, and you will know it already, of course, the critical timeline for drafting and releasing the standards to the European Commission. The standards are expected to be published realistically by the beginning of 26. You all know, actually, that high-risk adherence to the AI Act and compliance needs to be there for most of the systems under Annex 3 by August 26. So we really see a problem at the moment to adhere to the standards once released, let's say in January, February of 26, then within a couple of months. Why is that? One, the thing is, once the standards are final, that doesn't mean that they're harmonized already. Once they are final, actually, they will be given to the European Commission, and the European Commission is then working on getting them harmonized. This can take months too, right? And I can promise to you, and this is an important note, I think, within the interviews that we did with our partners, in particular our members also of the association, we found out also based on existing experience with other digital regulation, it will take months. I would assume 6 to 12 months to implement these standards. Not 1 month, not 1 week, really 6 to 12 months, maybe more, depending on actually what's the priority. And so you see, we really have a critical problem on delivering here on the timeline, and I think that's the most important part. Two, or the second observation is the underrepresentation of SMEs in standards development. This is important because most of the companies that we have as association members are SMEs at the moment, and I also think, particularly in Germany, but also in other European countries, the SMEs play a critical role actually when it comes to AI innovation. Yeah? And what we see is, despite partially hundreds of experts participating in certain standardization committees, startup representation remains minimal. Large corporations dominate the technical discussions, and I'm totally fine with that. They're doing their job. They're doing their job good. That's totally fine. But we really have the problem that SMEs are not represented there. Obviously, we are taking part there. There are other associations that are taking part and also speaking for SMEs, but it's not enough. We need to be there also with the SMEs and with the experts that are working, the technical experts that are working within the SMEs. Yeah, that's very important. So the experts are missing, in particular for fields like the AI safety standard that we are drafting at the moment in these bodies, and that's important to understand. Last but not least, and you can already guess what's the point. We see major financial hurdles in particular for these SMEs, in particular for association members. And that is on two levels, I would say. One, access to the law. Industry standards are not available for free, which is fine because someone needs to get paid to organize this standardization. So that is totally fine. However, harmonized standards as part of the AI Act, compliance in particular, need to come for free. Being able to read the law that applies to my company needs to be free of cost. That's totally clear, right? And I hope actually it's clear also for all the stakeholders, because what will happen otherwise is we will see 10, maybe 12 standards under the AI Act. This will come with costs. And you can now say, yeah, but it's not too much cost. It is much cost if you have a startup of 2 or 3 people, and if you want to take part or be part actually of high-risk environments, then obviously paying 5,000 euros is cost. It's tremendous in the very beginning. So let's be aware and let's make sure actually these standards come free of costs. The second one that is related to financial is with regard to drafting the law. There are a couple of subsidies out there financially supporting, in particular SMEs on being part of the nomination groups. I know that. However, this mostly applies to taking over the costs of access to the standardization body. I think what we need, and we think what we need, is financial support for companies who send experts to the nomination group. This is the cost factor. The cost factor is not paying 100 euros to go to the standardization bodies, right? The cost factor is actually sending an expert that is on my payroll, on the company payroll, to that standardization body, doing work for a couple of days. That's the cost factor. And we need to make sure actually that this is subsidized. Subsidized on a European level, subsidized on the national level, and it's very, very important. You see, there's lots of things to do still, and Daniel is already nervous that I'm talking too long. So the only thing that is left for me is actually, please let me know if you are part of a company that might be interested actually in sharing insights when it comes to AI standards. This is a topic I'm deeply caring about at the moment. We are caring about at the moment at the AI Association. And it's, please contact me then. Overall, we really, and I said it in the beginning, have a big chance here to form smooth market access for AI providers and foster innovation. But it's on us as AI industry, I said it, to now take part and act. Thank you.
Hi, and sorry that I cannot make it in person. I have tomorrow during your conference, unfortunately, the GDPR trialogue where we are trying to improve enforcement when it comes to data protection. But nevertheless, I wanted to send a short video note and tell you a little bit about the implementation of the European AI Act and where do we stand now. First of all, even though many of you will know it, the AI Act has a kind of successive application. So what does it mean? That there are different transition periods. The first part of the AI Act, mainly on prohibitions and a few other parts, will kick in on the 2nd February next year. The part on general purpose AI models will kick in on the 2nd August next year, then 2nd August 2026. Basically, the majority of articles of the AI Act will become applicable, and the sectorial paragraphs, mainly Annex 1 and Article 6, Paragraph 1, will then finally become applicable on the 2nd August of 2027. What is now most important, and let's call it the most disputed points when it comes to the early implementation? Well, first of all, and actually this is one area that is not very well reported on from the media, is that there is currently a very, very, very swift build-up in the European Union, but also in the member states, because all 27 member states need to have in August next year their national competent authorities available. For example, in Germany it looks like to be the Bundesnetzagentur, which will from the state on need to enforce the AI Act. And as you know, in the European Union, it's the European AI Office, and also the AI Office, even though it's kind of a real labeled Directorate A of the DG Connect. Also, this part of the DG Connect needs more people. At the moment, I think they have around 90 people, which is 25 people more than when they started. But, well, it's not very much. And the goal was to have in total 140. So they need to hire around 50 people more. And already the AI office, the commission, has a lot of problems to find the right people. AI talent is a very competitive field, and therefore we need to see if especially smaller member states that are also lacking budget will find good and enough people. Another topic that is highly discussed right now and where the press is actually reporting from quite a lot are the GPI codes of practices. As many of you saw, the first draft is now out. The Commission was asking for feedback. The deadline has closed. We as European Parliament will have next week a meeting with the chairs where we are contributing our feedback. All groups agreed that it's rather difficult at the moment to give feedback because the code of practice draft is so abstract. Most of the things seem to be fine, but again, we don't really know how it will look like in the end. What seems already rather problematic is that there are certain parts where especially downstream actors, so those actors that are using general purpose AI models or system, revising them, etc., would actually get a lot of additional tasks. This is something we as co-legislators didn't really want. So there we will definitely tell the chairs in the Commission to maybe think a little bit again about it, because our ambition, as you all know, was that downstream is actually protected and upstream is sending all the necessary information downstream, and not the other way around, that not downstream actors are not now obliged to send a lot of information upstream. But well, we need to see how the final solution looks there. Another hot topic are, of course, the technical guidelines. They are actually extremely important because, as I said at the very beginning, prohibitions, but also other parts of the AI Act are already becoming applicable in February next year. There we need to see Article 5 guidelines. We are very afraid that there are no real use cases that are listed in those guidelines, and without use cases they do not really make sense. You really need to understand practically what is meant by social scoring and other things. And similar, there will be also guidelines on the AI definition, but also here we feel that they are not really going that much into detail, and there are a lot of very important questions. For example, when does a model stop? So when does a GPI model becomes a GPI system? When does a GPI system become an AI system, high-risk AI system, and so on? What is about statistics? Is statistic included or not? A lot of questions. We will see how the Commission is also here taking contributions on board. There is also a consultation up and running. And we see already something that we criticized from the beginning, that there are a lot of legal contradictions with existing laws. Legislators and stakeholders find more and more overlaps with GDPR, with medical device regulation, and so on. Hopefully, those issues will be solved in time. There are also authorities like the Italian data protection authorities that are very active in interpreting what foundation models, what ChatGPT and so on can do. Some of those interpretations are not really in line with the AI Act, with our thinking as co-legislators. Also there, a lot of problems ahead. And of course, as my last point, the Draghi report was criticizing actually the AI Act quite a lot, was proposing to finally now push also for innovation, to address a lot of issues when it comes to innovation, and Horizon Europe, Digital Europe program, and so on and so on. Draghi and now also the Commission proposed something in the direction of an AI and Cloud Act. It seems, first of all, like a good idea, but no one really has a clue right now how this could really look. So it's good that there is now a new competition narrative, that policymakers, the Commission as in particular, want to put a focus there. But most of the things that we are hearing right now are extremely vague, and no one, as I already said, has a real idea how this could really play out in practice. So my summary is, well, there are a lot of activities, a lot of things are currently being discussed or worked on, but right now, even we in the European Parliament have a lot of open questions. Many things are remaining to be unclear, and hopefully next year, maybe already in February, we will know much more, definitely when it's about the technical guidelines, but hopefully already also more about the codes of practices, and maybe the Commission will then also already tell us a little bit more how they really want to push innovation in AI, but also in many other digital topics. With that, I will stop. Wish you a very nice conference and hope to see many of you soon. Bye, and again, enjoy the conference.
We are very proud that at least virtually Klaus Müller, the president of the Federal Network Agency, Bundesnetzagentur for the connoisseur, is with us today, and he's there. Hello, grüß Sie recht herzlich. And we're really looking forward because they will play an essential role in the implementation of the AI Act in Germany. And Klaus Müller is the president of this, and we're very proud to have one. I think he's very looking forward for the next budget of the federal government because I think he needs the people. And at the moment, it's like this. But Mr. Müller, please take it away. The next 10 minutes are yours. We're really looking forward listening to the role of regulatory bodies in the implementation of the AI Act. Please, a little applause for Mr. Müller.
Well, thanks a lot, and good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm very pleased to be here today at your anniversary edition of the 10th Forum. It's an absolute privilege to address such an extraordinary gathering of experts, leaders, and innovators. So I'm honored to speak to you today on what I believe to be both timely and crucial: the implementation of Europe's AI Act and the pivotal role that national regulators, for example, like the Bundesnetzagentur in Germany, could, can, and will play in its success. The AI Act, as you definitely know, represents Europe's comprehensive framework to regulate artificial intelligence. And it's aiming to balance innovation with minimizing risks and ethically and legal safeguards. So today, let me quickly outline how the Bundesnetzagentur could expand its portfolio of duties to take on the key responsibilities within the AI Act's framework. Data and AI are no longer mere buzzwords. They are increasingly shaping our reality today. So from personal applications like navigation, voice control, to professional uses like chatbots, AI has long been integrated in our lives, transforming them profoundly and irreversibly. AI is just here to stay. So, as AI is a key cross-sectional technology with far-reaching consequences, potentially as disruptive as electrification and the internet. The economic potential of AI is undeniable, and I'm sure you talked about it this morning several times. It's offering tangible benefits for businesses and economy, consumers, including increased efficiency and productivity, the emergence of innovative business models and relief from workforce shortages. So numerous studies underscore the macroeconomic potential of AI for Europe and for Germany in particular. Let me just give you a few statistics. As projected annual increase in economic growth of 0.4% to 0.7% in coming years, as PwC said, or a rise in productivity by 0.2 to 0.6% annually until 2040, as McKinsey prognosticated, or a saving of up to 100 working hours per employee every year, as the IW said. So what is the current status of leveraging these potentials in Germany? Germany boasts, and I listened the last half an hour and you talked about it, it boasts a strong startup economy ecosystem in the AI sector and excellent AI research capabilities. In the European comparison, Germany companies with 10 or more employees rank in the upper middle range in 2023. So 37% analyzed data compared to an EU average of 33%. And 12% use AI solutions compared to 8% across the EU. And I'm positive that in this year, we really would have got better numbers. So at the same time, the use of data and AI increases with company size, indicating significant untapped potential, especially for many small and medium-sized enterprises. So what are the barriers? Studies repeatedly cite two primary obstacles. First, the limited data availability or usage. And second, and we just heard it from the speaker before me, legal uncertainties. So to address those challenges, the EU has launched several decisive initiatives as part of its digital and data strategy in the recent years. As you know, we are also talking about the Data Act, which aims to break down existing data silos and to promote access, use, and sharing of data. Second, the Data Governance Act, which seeks to strengthen trust in data sharing by introducing new rules for data intermediaries. And third, today's topic, your topic, the Artificial Intelligence Act, which intends to position Europe as a global hub for trustworthy AI by fostering innovation while mitigating potential risks. So all three regulations have already come into force on the European level, with national implementing laws currently being drafted. And the next step will focus to implementing them into effective frameworks. I don't need to recap all the IA Act details. You know about them. So what is now important is that those AI Act assigns responsibilities across various actors, including developers, deployers, and regulators. And national regulators are tasked with overseeing compliance, enforcing penalties, and supporting innovations. These tasks align closely with the Bundesnetzagentur's existing functions in other markets and sectors. The Bundesnetzagentur has been addressing digital issues for years, becoming more and more a digital agency. And in this context, I would particularly like to highlight the new role of the Bundesnetzagentur as a digital service coordinator with the DSA, making it the central point of contact for platform regulation in Germany. The draft of the national law implemented the Data Governance Act also assigns the Bundesnetzagentur with new tasks related to data intermediation services and data altruism organizations. And additionally, according to plans by the relevant responsible ministries, the Bundesnetzagentur is also set to become the central authority for enforcing the Data Act in Germany. And recently, the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action announced that this authority should also take on key responsibilities for enforcing the AI Act, particularly in the areas of market surveillance and innovation support. So the Bundesnetzagentur is already responsible for overseeing critical infrastructure and technologies such as telecommunications, energy networks, and digital markets. Our expertise in balancing market oversight with technical regulation makes us an ideal candidate for also implementing the AI Act. And let me quickly break this down. First, it's a matter of technical expertise. The Bundesnetzagentur has the know-how to evaluate complex technical systems. Its experience in certifying telecommunication equipment and ensuring the interoperability that could translate well into assessing high-risk AI systems. Secondly, a cross-sector oversight. The Bundesnetzagentur operates at the intersection of multiple industries, from energy to digital communication. AI too just cuts across sectors, be it the healthcare, transport, finance, or a cross-sector regulator like the Bundesnetzagentur is quite suited to handle this complexity. Third, we have experience with enforcing mechanisms. Our agency has proven enforcement structures, just as imposing fines or suspending non-compliant operations. These could be adapted for AI governance, ensuring the adherence of the AI Act standards. And fourth, public trust. Trust is critical in regulating emerging technologies. The Bundesnetzagentur has earned a reputation as an impartial and effective regulator, making it a credible authority to oversee AI systems. Now, what would be the specific tasks the Bundesnetzagentur would need to tackle under the AI Act if the government and the parliament decide so? I would propose you 3 core areas of responsibility. First, risk assessment and certification. The Bundesnetzagentur could establish a national certification framework for high-risk AI systems. This would involve evaluating whether AI applications comply with EU standards on safety, on privacy, on transparency. Second, we need to monitor and do compliance. The agency is already acting as a market surveillance authority and could support other market surveillance authorities in assessing high-risk AI systems. The idea is just to establish a central competence center for AI and to play a coordinating role to ensure and to empower some consistent implementation. And third, and you talked about it, it's all about innovation support and sandboxing. To foster innovation, the Bundesnetzagentur could create regulatory sandboxes for AI developers. These controlled environments would allow companies, especially startups, to test new technologies while ensuring that they meet safety and ethical standards. I personally think that this approach has a lot of benefits. By leveraging an existing institution, Germany can avoid the cost and delay of establishing a new regulator from scratch. The Bundesnetzagentur's experience ensures a smooth transition for AI governance. The Bundesnetzagentur could serve as a bridge between Germany and other European regulatory bodies and the EU Commission, ensuring a consistent application of AI Act across the European member states. And boosting innovation, clear, predictable regulation encourages investment. If companies know that Germany has a well-structured AI regulatory environment, I think they will be more likely to develop and deploy AI technologies just here. And a transparent and accountable surveillance body will reassure citizens, consumers, that AI is being used responsibly, fostering great acceptance of this transformative technology. So in conclusion, the Bundesnetzagentur has, and you are not wanting that I'm quite proud of it, a unique opportunity, a good chance to lead Germany's implementation of the AI Act. By taking on responsibilities such as risk assessment, compliance monitoring, and innovation support, the agency can help creating a balanced regulatory framework that safeguards rights, fosters innovation, and builds public trust. In enforcing the AI Act, we, the Bundesnetzagentur, will comply trust, security, and innovation, we want to enable AI innovations made in Germany through intelligent, flexible, and forward-looking regulation. Regulation that promotes innovation should leave room for progress and growth. And in this way, we are proactively shaping the digital future. Whether big tech, SMEs, startups, or other authorities, we want to offer a uniform and clear regulation for AI application that is market-orientated and supportive. And I think this should create legal certainty for companies developing and marketing AI, as well as confidence in safe AI in high-risk areas. Finally, I would like to emphasize that we are pursuing a participatory approach in close cooperation with all relevant players. Having said all the above, at the end, please allow me to briefly discuss the predicted on today's St. Nicholas Day using an example. What would St. Nicholas think about AI? I think he would be delighted, because AI would be very helpful to St. Nicholas' work. A chatbot would respond to the wish list of the kids. The AI would automatically find out who has been good and who not. However, the use of AI is associated with risks, even for St. Nicholas. Imagine if the AI got the results wrong and some kids would be left empty-handed. So after all, AI controls drones and delivers chocolate and cookies straight to the booths at the doorsteps. Would that be complying with the AI Act? Would it going to make sure that AI is getting it right? Well, maybe that's why I'm standing here, to make sure that the supply of St. Nicholas Christmas big biscuits in the member states is guaranteed. Well, thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to our discussion on all those interesting and challenging topics.
Thank you. Thank you, Klaus Müller, President of the Federal Network Agency. Thank you for joining us and sharing your insights with us. Next up in line, after all these great male speakers, I'm more than happy to introduce a female speaker, Dr. Anna Kriesman. She's Aerospace Coordinator of the German Federal Government and Commissioner for Startups and the Digital Economy at the Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action. And she's member of the German Parliament since 2017 as part of Alliance 90 The Greens. And she will talk about how can we foster AI innovation in the European Union and Germany. So the floor is yours. You can use this.
Yeah, thank you so much. Very happy to be here at this very important event for AI in Germany and Europe. And I think that is exactly the right topic, because when we are talking about how to accelerate innovation using AI, it's not only a national question, it's a European question. And that is what we try also from the German side, to really support this idea, AI made in Europe, and to combine the idea of trustworthy AI and, of course, a high level and pace of innovation using AI. And bringing these things together, I think there's a very crucial moment right now. The whole world is about is talking about AI. I just attended the GPay forum this week in Belgrade, the General Partnership on AI, where also exactly these two sides were discussed. How can we guarantee joint rules, but how can we also really use the potential of AI for the SDGs, for many things that we have. On the German agenda, I think to achieve these goals, of course, the AI Act is one important step, and we just heard Klaus Müller, who will probably have an important role in the implementation in Germany, because I think there we have also this task in front of us to be as innovation-friendly as possible, with the implementation of the AI Act, but still having the clear rules that also says, okay, social scoring is something that we don't want to have in Europe. So also bringing these two things together. But in order to be really innovation friendly, it was an important signal by the German government, I think, to have this very simple structure in future with the Bundesnetzagentur, the Federal Network Agency, I think that's in English, as the one important player, and the idea to have a one-stop agency there, and not a very complex field of different addresses, actors, where people would have to go to and then see how many different opinions they'd get. And I think there we learned really a lot from the whole GDPR process, where this is still a challenge, also in Germany, and I think it's also something where we have to be better in future. But with the implementation of the AI Act, we want to be as simple as possible from the beginning, having the Federal Network Agency and, of course, also the established agencies in the different sectors. So to say, if you are in health or other sectors where you have already your agencies that you are used to working with them, then also the implementation of the AI Act should be located there, that you don't have too many new structures that you have to be involved with. And then, of course, from the German side, or maybe let me mention that we are not pausing this process at all in these interesting times in Germany, but our ministry and parts of the teams are here, are of course working right now in really having the implementation as ready as possible for then going to the parliament as soon as possible in Germany. So the work is going on. And the one thing is a simple structure to be innovation friendly, and the other question, of course, is also implementing very quickly the opportunities that the AI Act has, for example, with the AI sandboxes. Every country needs to have one, and of course we want to be on the forefront of also establishing these kind of sandboxes for AI in Germany. So this is also something that is already prepared right now. We also got already several proposals and are in discussion with different actors in the field, how we could establish very soon these kinds of sandboxes for AI. And I think that shows really that the AI Act brings also lots of opportunities. But also just seeing the global debate on AI, I think there's also a task for Europe, having now the AI Act and implementing that, also to talk a lot and to show a lot what we also do in developing and applying AI in Germany, in Europe. Because I think there we have a challenge now, and there we have to be honest with ourselves. When you talk to different nations in the world, then everyone knows the AI Act, but not everyone knows what's going on in Europe in development and applying and expertise in AI. And I think there we have to be a lot louder. And we're going to really support the European Union in having their really lighthouse projects to accelerate these kinds of developments and applications. And I think two initiatives are very important here. One is the AI Factories initiative by the European Union, where the idea is to have a better access to compute power for SME, for startups in Europe, because that is often what is very important, of course, to develop your new models, to have this easy access to compute power. And there we don't have the same opportunities in Europe right now compared to other regions of the world, and it's important to get better, and that's why the AI factories are a very important plan here, and it needs to be implemented very fast. I heard the first 100 days should be relevant for this, for the Commission. That would be good. And there's also one consortium from Germany, part of the first round, and of course we want to participate in this program very actively. And another very important program on AI from the European Union, I think, is the initiative Apply AI, and of course the name already says what it is about. and namely being also more active in really using AI in industry, but also in the public sector. And I think there's also really a task also for us as a government to be fast in implementing AI solutions also in public administration. And in Germany, we have already some examples of that. Baden-Württemberg as a state is very active using a model by Aleph Alpha. And we are also together with a Bundesdruckerei, I also don't know the English word for Bundesdruckerei, as a very important partner, looking right now what kind of initiatives we could have on the federal level in really using AI and actually buying AI services from SMEs, from startups, because that is what they need often to accelerate their developments. They don't need only need funding, but they also need clients in a very early phase. And so that is something that we support, that we have this on the European level, but also in Germany, of course, we are looking where we can use AI and be a client for our companies to support them. And when it's about funding and support, I think a last point is very important because we see very excellent research on AI in Germany. We just had this OECD study that showed that we have the expertise at our universities with the researchers that we have in the country. We have the talents that we need, but again, there we need the transfer into companies, into real products. That is a debate that we are having already, I think, for a decade at least, maybe two. So it's still something we need to get better. And that's why I think we have several initiatives that's going to support this transfer in the next years. One very important are the startup factories that we are just building in Germany around universities. We have 15 consortia that are in the second round now. And there it's exactly about having startups coming from universities, being faster and transferring research results into companies, into products. And AI, of course, plays a huge role in many of these spin-offs from universities because it's a key technology that's everywhere. So these startup factories, I think, is going to be important. And the second point, supporting transfer and supporting especially scale-ups and companies to really grow and get bigger and become of global relevance, because that is something that is still often missing in Germany. We have many startups that begin their work and their developments and have first products, but then when it comes to a very crucial phase where they have to get bigger and grow and to get the budget, the capital that they need for that, that is still difficult in Germany as well as in Europe. So that's why we have the Future Fund program in Germany, where we designated also some parts of it really to these kind of future technologies on AI, where we really want to invest into these key sectors, and also the KfW capital, the KfW capital is now will be able to directly invest into these kind of companies. And that is also a new instrument that is important, especially for the later stage. And also very important, the upcoming WIN initiative that we started at the Startup Germany Summit this year, where we have partners with banks, with insurance companies that plan to invest 12 billion euro in the next years into venture capital. And this is the money that exactly also AI companies need in Germany and Europe to grow. And there's also a European initiative, the European Tech Champions Initiative, that is also about having more venture capital for Europe. And I think these initiatives are more and more important and will be needed to really accelerate also the application in Europe of AI. So I think many things are going on, and the combination of having the regulation on the one hand with the AI Act that needs to be implemented fast and innovation friendly, and on the other hand, all these initiatives to really accelerate development and application. I think the combination of these two things is important, and in the end, we need to see how large the task is. And I'm coming back to my experience just from the GPay in Belgrade, where we see we really need to show more clearly what's happening in Germany, what's happening in Europe. I think we have to be more active in all these international activities. The upcoming AI Summit, Action Summit in France, I think is one opportunity where we are also planning German activities in Paris. And I think also for the next international big summits, Germany will have to play a crucial role and show what's going on here in Germany on AI, because it's more than some might think. And I think with all the activities going on, we have lots of opportunities for the next years. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you for sharing all these initiatives and your ambition. That's helpful. We will move on to France, to Dr. Arnoud help me. Lualainen. I love this name. CEO and co-founder of Numalis, a company specialized in software editing for the robustness and transparent validation of AI algorithms based on formal methods. You're also an expert on standardization and involved in the development of the European standards on AI. And your talk will be about the evaluation of AI knowledge under Article 4 of the AI Act. And of course, we all know what Article 4 is.
Obviously.
So help us out.
All right, so hi everyone. Thanks for the kind introduction. So I'm Arnaud Lualainen, and I'm lucky today to talk about standardization, not for the first time for the day. Usually I'm the only one talking about that, so thanks for Dr. Kilian to open up the floor to this boring discussion, but I hope I can make it also interesting. I would like to talk about the Article 4 because it's one of key articles which exemplify how difficult it can be to implement the AI Act in practice. And if you remember, maybe the AI Act is all about risks. And basically there is this pyramid of risks, and there is the two ends of the spectrum are quite easy. If you're on the bottom, meaning that your AI doesn't cause any risks, and so you're free to go. You don't have to do anything almost. And if you're at the top, your AI is forbidden, so it's also easy. You don't do it, and so it's easy to comply. It's difficult is in the middle. In the middle, we have the limited risks. So here, you just have to be transparent. And so transparency is kind of easy to do. You have to say, for example, if you're a chatbot, well, I'm a chatbot. Easy enough. And then there is the very difficult one. It's the high-risk system. And the high-risk system encompasses a broad range of applications that can be from transportation, that can be to medical, that can be also to HR. And on these, you need to have the standards in order to know what to do. Because the AI Act is a nicely done regulation, which is kind of clear, but it tells you what to do, but not at all how to do it. And so there are all these big words like your AI needs to be robust, it has to be transparent, but it doesn't give you any definition at all. For that, you need to have the Sensenelec, which was speaking by Dr. Kilian before, to help you out and understand what does it mean to be robust. And the Article 4 is one of the rare articles to not fit in this scheme of upgrading the ladder of requirements. This one applies to everyone. So not the Sensenelec will tell you how to do it, and not the AI Act itself. So you have to figure it out a bit by yourself. So this is why it's interesting to delve into that. So the conformity for high-risk system, it does look like this. So you have the regulations, you have the commission that make the AI Act, and they gave to the Sensenelec the work to clarify what's in the regulation and to produce the famous harmonized standards to do it. And to do that, basically, they use all the committees because they're not alone to write standards. They use ISO, for example. And these committees, Sensenelec and ISO, they rely on companies. They rely on industries. And so we are one of the few companies, SME, to delve into this world of standardization and implement actually standards all about, for example, for us, it was about robustness. What is robustness? How are you going to define it, etc. And so I've been the editor, for example, of the ISO 24229 defining robustness for AI. And for a company, that's interesting because we can sell then consulting, but we can sell also tools in order for people to comply. So you can see here why regulation and standardization are intertwined, but also why it could be also interesting for startups to get involved into that. But the Article 4 won't fall in this category. So we need to find another way to deal with that. So what is Article 4? It basically states that you have to verify that your company and you people are knowledgeable enough in AI. And so this is the content of the Article 4. I break it down in 4 bits for you and highlight what are the interesting parts and what was my reaction reading it. Because this one has been added right at the end by the Parliament. So basically it says for providers and deployers, you have to do something. So basically for every industry delve into AI, but not the user. The user is fine, you can do whatever. But for the rest, you have to do so. You have to do this. To their best extent, all right? So what does it mean? Like best efforts, but how do I measure best efforts? You have to show that you have a sufficient level of AI literacy, all right? So what is AI literacy? There is no definition anywhere. And it's my best efforts to show that, all right? And I need to take into account their technical knowledge, experience, education, training, and the context of the AI system. So right from the start, I would say, okay, I just have to show my diploma, and that's it. But no, I have to show that the person is knowledgeable enough on AI in the context of use of this AI. Well, this is new, because now I have also to take into the context. But not only, and considering the person or group of person on whom the AI system is used. So I also have to think about the users in the end. So it's not only a technical matter. I have also to take into account maybe ethical issues about that, and I have to prove that my people are knowledgeable enough on these topics too. So that's kind of a challenge, because usually my AI engineers, it tells me, well, I've done a diploma, I've got a good schools, I have X years of experience, and that's it. How am I going to measure the rest? And so AI is, by definition, already a moving target. Like the technology itself can change drastically from 1 month to another. So even if I have a diploma 5 years ago, probably it's obsolete. How am I going to show that I'm still knowledgeable enough to the pace of AI is moving? And now I also have to prove that I'm knowledgeable enough, for example, on the domain of use of my system, of the users, and my organization has to write the right governance in order to manage all of these skills and the data that is needed to do it. So it's really a cross-disciplinary domain. It's not just a technical one that you have to say, yeah, I know Python and MLOps, and so I'm good to go to deploy my AI system. So we need something more. And so this is why in France we had this idea in my town of Montpellier to develop something that would say, like, yeah, we need to test basically the competences of people, and we have to make it easy to go. Like the TOEIC, like your English literacy, you can test it right away, and tomorrow you have a score. We want the same thing for AI. I want a TOEIC for AI. And the best way we thought in order to make it happen, and most importantly to make it standardized, is to make a standard. And so we went to AFNOR, which is the equivalent of DIN in Germany, and we wrote this AFNOR spec that you can download. It's in English, so it's free of charge, and you can already read it. And it's basically describing a methodology in order to test AI competency of people, but not only on a technical aspect. And it's meant for everyone, because one of the key partners behind it was the metropolis of Montpellier, and they want every citizen to take the test, so not just AI engineers. So even my grandmother should take the test, and so we need to make it happen also for her. And now we are trying to discuss it internationally at the Sensenelec level in order to make it an international standard. So basically, we have a small consortium represented here with the AFNOR, the University of Montpellier, and some startups and the metropolis. And we are discussing with Sensenelec to make it recognized as a way to comply to the Article 4 in order for companies basically to say, well, my engineer took the test, he had this score, so to my best extent, he is knowledgeable enough. And for that, we rely also to an international group of experts in order to build the tests and make it living documents so that it can keep the pace of AI development. It's basically structured in 3 levels. You have like acculturation, advanced, and expert level you can try. And it's on 5 domains of evaluation, so technical, obviously, but also application. So remember the domain of use. Operational, legal, and ethics, because that's one part of the AI Act, and the general understanding of AI. And we already made some experiment with hundreds of students in Montpellier, so it's also something already done. And right now, we are building this expert group, and so if some of you want to join this expert group, you can scan this QR code and send an email. We're going to industrialize that at the EU level, and basically after that, we hope that you can test your own skills right away. And that's my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. I will never forget what Article 4 is. Thank you. We will have one final AI talk before the lunch break, and we do have some changements of the furniture. Next up in line is an AI talk with Robert Kilian, Matthias Köhler, and Franziska Weindauer. Please join me on stage. Yeah. You can pick a seat, whichever you want. Take a seat. I would like to ask you to introduce yourself. I have some notes here, but it's much more easy when you have a short introduction round. So maybe you can start.
Yes, of course. My name is Matthias Köhler. I'm a Deputy Director General in the Ministry of Economics and Climate Action. And among my competencies is also the AI question with regard to the European negotiations, and of course also with regard to the application of the AI Act in Germany.
Yes, good morning. My name is Franziska Weindauer. I'm the CEO of TÜV.AI Lab. We're an organization that's been founded by 5 German TÜV companies to develop AI certification and testing processes.
And for me, you heard me before, Robert Kilian, board member, German AI Association, and CEO of Certif.AI, an AI testing firm. Good to have you here, actually, that we can talk a bit again about the implementation of the AI Act. And I said it before in the little keynote, although 24 was about the AI Act already, I think 25 and 26, nevertheless, will still be about the AI Act, unfortunately, because we now need to talk about implementation. And that's the one topic, obviously, we also want to talk to you today, get some insights, and I'm very happy that you're here. Matthias Köhler, the Federal Ministry was obviously strongly involved in drafting the AI Act. Many of the companies, association companies also of ours, are now a bit afraid that compliance with the AI Act will tie up a lot of resources at these companies and then ultimately hinder innovation. What is your view on that? I mean, why does the AI Act maybe also even promote innovation?
Yeah, I mean, the question whether or not to regulate is a debate that's going on globally. as Europeans, our feeling was and is that regulation is a key step forward because it gives a clear framework condition for the use of AI. So this is simply the idea. I would also like to stress that, in my view, we will probably see a development into this direction in all regions of the world. In particular, also the US. If you read the newspapers as of today, or information channels, there's indication that the Trump administration and the strong influence of Elon Musk will ultimately lead to deregulation, and that will be the big competitive advantage for the US, adding to other competitive advantages. And I will not neglect that a lot of the development on AI, economically speaking, technically speaking, technology, comes from there. But with regard to the regulatory framework, I think that questions of accountability will sooner or later lead to a situation where you have to regulate. If you don't do it as a legislator, then the courts, the legal cases will lead to the same result. So in a certain way, I think that systemic advance or approach of the EU can be a huge advantage. I don't neglect that it's a challenge, and we have to do everything to make it really innovation friendly, and Anna Christmann is very clear on that, and other politicians, this government, and I'm sure the next government will be of the same opinion. It's a challenge, but we have to make it work. And for instance, just the speech we had from the French colleague, sorry, I didn't get the name, but it's very important because it shows how you can bring it to everyone, to the people, to the deployers, to those who use it. So I feel encouraged by these approaches.
Absolutely. Franziska, you're an absolutely policy expert. What is your view now on implementing the AI Act? What is important now?
I think legal clarity is most important. I think we learned with the AI Act from experiences in the past. With the GDPR, I think we established an AI office that's giving out guidelines, that's consulting on the AI definition, et cetera, et cetera. So I think everyone really knows that it's critical to come in early with definitions of, or interpretations of how to implement the AI Act, as well as having harmonized norms. That's also an advantage. For example, when comparing to the GDPR, we didn't have any harmonized norms. We don't have standards for how to, anonymize data in line with the law, etc. So I think this will be an advantage, and I think it's going to be a tough couple of years for everyone involved. But I think once we got past that stage as well, I think we're going to have a huge advantage globally, because we can make sure that, if someone buys an AI system, applies one, brings one on the market, that users can trust the system. And I think that's essential. So I think legal clarity is indeed key. Having standardized test processes for everyone involved, for the ones that test the AI systems, for example, from TÜV or DEKRA, or the companies that are rolling out, for example, high-risk AI systems. And I think the third really important point is skilling up all the institutions that have to implement the AI Act in companies, but also in the organizations and in the federal agencies, because we have a lot of agencies that are involved in the market surveillance. So looking, once the system has entered the market, making sure that it's safe when it is in deployment. And I think skilling all these people that are in these agencies is really, really relevant.
Absolutely. On the second topic of harmonized standards, and we said it before here also today, I think it's super important that we are now fast, that we now all go to these committees, work in standardization when we can. And then finally what we can get out of the harmonized standards is hopefully a conformity assessment at the very end. With regard to conformity assessments, you said it before, there's a testing procedure that we need there, right? Can you give an outlook here for the audience how these testing procedures look like?
Yes, you always start with looking at what do you need to comply with? What is the legal framework? Is it the AI Act? Is it a different legal framework that you have to comply with? Or, for example, AI Act plus medical device regulation. Then you do a risk assessment. So testing players always also look at the risk independent from the compliance angle. What risks does the system have, and what does everyone that will want to develop a system or deploy a system need to do to mitigate these risks? And then you get into the specifics of testing or looking at how the development process was done or completed, basically, and looking at also the technical side of things. How was the system tested? Which tests were applied? And what were the results of these tests? So that's basically the pipeline you look at, and then in the end, as for example, testing a player, you look at whether what's been done by the company is enough to fulfill the legal requirements and be compliant. And I think what we lack at the moment, or what's most difficult, we have a standard set of testing procedures on a very high level or global scale, basically, but adapting this to the specific use case, or knowing what risk the use case has and which test methods are then really suitable to testing this specific use case, and what the results of these tests have to be. Does it have to be 99.9? Does it have to be, so what are the specific benchmarks, and what are the specific results that have to come out of these tests? And adapting the testing frameworks that we have to the specific use case is really the biggest challenge at the moment, in my view.
Agree, totally. Also the fact that we should more look, or should not look so much actually at rule-based standardization, but a little bit more on fact-based, numbers-based standardization. I think this will help us in terms of product safety. That's totally clear. For you, another question. When we are talking to, in particular, AI providers, then oftentimes they worry about compliance now with the AI Act, that's for sure, particularly in high-risk environments. What they really worry about the most is who is responsible for me? Who will be the supervisory authority? Who is my contact partner? Can we talk to them now? Is that possible? So the question, I think that is from interest for our association members in particular, is what's the status on that one, on the supervisory body work?
Well, where do we stand? We have a concept that was decided upon by the government already in September, and we have now put it into a draft law, which is ready. We consulted it as Ministry of Economics together with the Ministry of Justice. And to be honest, of course, now the break of the government is a little setback. I cannot deny, because our aim was to reach the cabinet of ministers early February, and then we would have gone through the parliamentarian procedure until next summer, and then the date to give the information to Brussels, who is the competent authority, is 1st August 2025. So what are we going to do? Because there's not enough time with this parliament in place to run the draft legislation through it. What will we do? Our current plan is to consult with the rest of the ministries until beginning of next year, and then have a consolidated version of it, and then consult with the federal states, but also associations. That's the plan today, because what we want to do, we want to use the time between this government and the next incoming government to get as much input for the law. We want to talk to you and other competent experts. That's a procedure that we do always with laws, with new laws. And I think we can do that until the next government comes into place. And then really stress the procedure as much as we can and really get through the next parliament, hopefully a second half of 2025. So that's the plan. I would have loved it a different way, but that's the procedure. And now in terms of concept, another word, Anna Christmann already talked about that a little bit. I think the idea is we are here in the field of product regulation with regard to products where we have already a product regulation. I think it's wise to use these procedures also to apply the AI Act. So if you have a medical device, there's a procedure, and within this procedure, all requirements of the AI Act should also be taken into account. Because if we were to do it a different way, it would mean you would double the procedures to bring a product to the market. So that wouldn't be a good idea. It was double bureaucracy. That's not a good idea. So do it in the same procedures. And the feedback we got on this is, I think, pretty positive. Second, there are certain high-risk applications, in particular with regard to Annex 3. Here, the Bundesnetzagentur, the federal net agency, will have a direct role as authority. I think, and it's wise because there we can build up all the competence, which is particularly important for high-risk AI systems. And then I think what you really addressed very, very correctly, of course we have a challenge in all our administrative structures that we need expertise. And this is the second role of the Bundesnetzagentur. We will build up a center of competence within the Bundesnetzagentur where experts will be there also to give advice to colleagues, for instance, in federal states who are in charge of product regulation procedures. And I think that's also important. And then a third role for the Bundesnetzagentur, which we also have in the draft law, will be to make sure that the application of the AI Act through different different areas is really takes place in a uniform way. So we have implemented, what you will see then in the law, there will be a committee in which all people involved come together to discuss issues where you have, where might have different applications, so to come to a unified view. So in that sense, really, a strong Bundesnetzagentur will be key here in many respects. And I will be very interested also to take into account the feedback that we will get probably beginning of next year when we consult with associations like yours.
Many thanks. You heard it. I think the feedback is important, and that's also the request I want to make when closing this panel. And this goes out to the AI provider companies within the associations that we're representing here. Please get in touch now. I know that regulatory topics is not always the most fun topic, I know it, but we need to have that feedback in order to implement the AI now in the right way. That's important for all of us, but in particular important for the industry, so we can really clear out and make sure you still have market access in no time. And that's what we want to try actually. So please reach out to your national association. Please reach out to us. We have, as I said before, actually have a task force for standardization, but obviously also a task force for regulatory and policy topics, and we can get this in there, get your feedback in there, and then also deliver it to you and discuss it within the industry. So many thanks to all. This was it, and now next point.
First, in the beginning, I'm very, very proud that the member of the German Parliament and spokesperson for the CDU-CSU Parliamentary Group for Education, Research, Technology Assessment and member of the Digital Committee is with us. Please say a warm welcome to Thomas Jatzombeck.
So, A very warm welcome from my side. Even this is kind of a cold start, as I was told that it would start at 1:15, but nevertheless, to be ready is very important these days in German politics, whenever. So I'm very happy to be here with you, and it's a great honor for me to be here at your convention. And so I was there with the German AI Foundation right from the beginning, and so it's good to see how this all emerged. And yes, I should say some things about what we are planning for the future, and the future is pretty near as we are heading for elections in February. And so let me start with, we started with an AI strategy back then in 2018 with a 3 billion budget, and so a core of the strategy was to enable 100 professorships on our universities and also 6 centers of competence, and also instruments for fostering SMEs to get into AI. And so what has happened since then? Not so far over the last years, I have to confess. So the strategy was rolled out, but is this enough? As we have seen with foundation models and everything, that AI coming out of the AI winter over a long time, it's now the hottest topic for a minimum of 2 or 3 years. And so in the end, we have to do more. And what I see with a lot of concerns is that we see again, as in a lot of other technologies, and especially digital technologies, that the big innovations, the big companies, the platforms that are daily used are coming from the US and not from Europe. And so when I look at the European market, I see there's one very strong player, or hopefully it will be, it's Mistral from France. And we also have here some German players. I have one in my constituency, Carnegie. So we see some interesting companies on a medium size, but the real big, huge platforms are again coming from the US. And maybe AI is the last innovation that mankind will do, and we have to do more, much more. We need a real booster on that. And in the end, I think it's about talents, data, and compute. And what can we deliver for this? So first is talents. So we need to be attractive for international talents, but it seems to me at first we have to be attractive for our own talents, that they don't leave Germany or Europe and head to US or wherever. And I think the core of this is to give them possibilities. And so we have so many restrictions when it comes to the whole research ecosystem, and in terms of budget and what's about processing data and all this. So we need more and better possibilities. We also need an easier track for migration. We debated in Germany for many years now about illegal migration, but what about the legal migration, the ones that we want to have? And to be clear on that, it's not that the whole world is dreaming of coming to Germany, especially when we... Oh, it does.
and thank you to the Apple government for the fast passports. So very excited to get that.
Good. So we need more of this, actually. Yeah. So we have to be attractive, and we have to compete with other countries for the top talent. So, and this is at first something for our culture, and then I think we need to make it easier, faster. And we need to be more flexible in terms of all the regulation issues, in terms of wages, payments in our whole research ecosystem, not only for the scientists themselves, also when it comes up for building teams. So the second thing is compute. We are investing right now a lot in the Forschungszentrum Munich. It's the biggest GPU cluster we have right now in Europe. It will be, I think, 24,000 GH200 GPUs by NVIDIA. And we need easy access for SMEs and for startups. That's something lacking right now. And we want to invest more in next-gen compute. That means quantum computing. We had also, back then in 2021, a huge program, 2 billion euros for quantum computing. We see interesting startups like Planck, Electron, others. And also when it comes to neural engines and neuromorphic chips, where we see interesting development, we need to foster that better. Then we need open source. Open source is key, especially when you're a follower. Yeah? And it's good for us to have the Lion open source initiative here. We invested in the Sovereign Tech Fund or Sovereign Tech Agency. It's doing quite a good job. I think open source is not only something to consume, it's something where you have also to contribute. That's what we wanted to do. And to better understand technologies and OpenGPT, especially with the new machine in Jülich, we want to foster OpenGPTX. It comes to regulation. I mean, the AI Act of the European Union is the elephant in the room. I guess I don't have to explain it here. Right now, the decision is made. For us, important is to make an adoption in a national law that is not so complicated as we have seen with the GDPR. So that means we need clear, simple, and fast. So these are the three words. Clear, simple, and fast it has to be. We must not repeat the mistakes we did on GDPR. That means for the Germans in this room, we cannot give the authority to the lender, yeah? And to fragment this to 16 lenders, so that's pretty important. And maybe we need a new authority on that. As we see right now, a lot of these regulation things from the European Digital Acts are going to the Bundesnetzagentur, the Bundesnetwork Agency, which is a little bit overloaded with all this, so it seems to me. Nevertheless, it's the best choice right now. My point would be, the best would be to have a regulation or an authority on EU level for data privacy and for AI. I think we only have a European digital single market if we have also European single digital authorities. And right now we have two fragmented decisions that are made. And so I'm planning for building here an authority. Maybe it's possible only with the next level of GDPR and AI Act, but to have here European authorities on that. Transfer to SMEs is a huge topic, especially for all the ones that are delivering solutions for SMEs. I think this adoption and the usage is very important. We have programs for this, but they are right now pretty complicated because you have to make applications and somebody has to evaluate them and make decisions, and this is all pretty complicated. We have a Forschungszulage instrument that's pretty easy, and I would think that also for implementing AI in SMEs, it would be a game changer to make it easier to make tax breaks on that and not a case-by-case evaluation and application. And then it comes to startups and venture capital. So this is a huge topic today in Handelsblatt. Sorry if I'm addressing here some German magazines and topics, but we have seen that the VC market is pretty down, the startups market is pretty down, and so we need some more fantasy for that. And we can deliver this. I think a government as an anchor customer would be an easy strategy. We have all these schools, they're all using AI models. Why do we buy licenses from ChatGPT? It would be the better choice to take licenses from European companies. And also when it comes to the Digitalpakt 2, so we have a very concrete debate about how to digitalize our schools. And I think one very important instrument is to make teachers' life easier by AI tools for autocorrection. We can save a lot of time that teachers could spend on their students instead of sitting over paperwork. And nevertheless, we need to improve the startup ecosystem, especially the venture capital market in Germany, by enabling better IPOs, to make an easier regulation, to enable especially insurances to invest more in startups. And so this all leads in the end for me that we must consider, I would pledge for making some kind as a Manhattan project in AI. I think if we only make increasements the way we did in the past, we will not be able to be here a global competitive place. And so we need a leapfrog. And therefore, I think if you look at the whole priority about technologies that we have, from fusion energy to biotech and everything, I think AI is the most important technology. And I can repeat that, maybe it's the last innovation mankind will do. I will not want to see a super intelligence which comes with the values of China I want to see a superintelligence with the values of Europe. And maybe this will take some months, maybe some years, maybe some decades, nobody really knows. If you lose ground, it's very hard to get back on the race here. And so we really need to push. Thanks.
Yes. Thank you so much, Thomas. In the Netherlands, the slogan of the tax authority was for years, we can't make it more fun, but we can make it more easy. That should be a slogan for the AI Act. And I fully agree. We have great technologies in Europe, and most companies are now using American technologies. And yeah, we should convince them to make use of European solutions. Next up in line, this is my best moment. I would like to introduce Chloe. She's my colleague at the European AI Forum. She's a board member and also the head of the European and Regulatory Affairs at Hub France AI. And there is an important summit in Paris. It was already mentioned before. The AI I can't pronounce it. The AI Action Summit, and you will explain what can we expect and why should we be in Paris.
Thank you, Marloes. So, hello everyone, and thank you for joining us today for this 10th edition of the European AI Forum here in Basecamp in Berlin. As Marloes said, and as you may know, today the European AI Forum is affiliated to the AI Action Summit. And the AI Action Summit will take place on the 10th and 11th of February 2025 in Paris. And I wanted to introduce you to this event that is going to be a landmark event for the start of 2025. And so, the aim of this gathering is to bring together all types of stakeholders. So it's going to be head of states, head of governments, NGOs, international organizations, CEOs, but also the summit will include artists, the academics, and members of the civil society. And this AI Action Summit is going to be very specific because we want to translate ambition into action. And what it means translating ambition into action is that we know that today AI shapes outside of our lives. It shapes our societies, our economies, it also shapes the way we live and the way we work. And as part of this, the summit will try to harness one fundamental question, which is how can we harness AI's full potential for societal, economical, and environmental progress in the public's interest. The public interest is really going to be the focus of this event. And so to tackle this question, which is a very big question, it will focus on 5 main topics that are public interest in AI, future of work, innovation and culture, of course trust in AI, and global AI governance. And today, as an affiliated event to this AI Action Summit, we thought that we should start this discussion. Earlier today, we talked about trust in AI with standardization and the AI Act. And later on, we'll talk about the workforce, AI for the workforce, EU governance, and also sustainability. And this AI Action Summit is very close to the values of the European AI Forum because it's built on collaboration. And I think it's in line also with the work that we have been doing in the European AI Forum since 2020. And we are proud to be a driving force in bringing together all types of stakeholders. And also, we are so proud of being a place to network, share knowledge, and also to be a place of progress. And I shouldn't take too much of your time today, but the final thing I would like to announce, and I'm really delighted to announce it, is that Hub France AI will organize their flagship event as a side event of the AI Action Summit. And to us, it's going to be a cornerstone moment to bring forward the French AI ecosystem, but also put some light on all the wonderful European AI collaboration we have been doing for the past 5 years. So, to wrap this up, I will see you in Paris, I hope. But in the meantime, and as you will enjoy the rest of the conference, please use today's space as a place to share knowledge, exchange, but I would also invite you to think about how we can use AI for equity, for progress, and for sustainability. Thank you.
Merci, Chloé. Thank you for your wonderful speech, and we will be in Paris. If heads of government will be there, we don't know, but we will be there. And I think it will be a very great conference, and we really hope that it succeeds. Ladies and gentlemen, there is definitely discussions when you talk about AI implementation. We have the AI Act, it's a very big topic there. But implementation also means that people in their workplace are confronted with AI. And how can we deliver that? And I think that's sometimes a part of the discussion which is not put enough light on. Because, of course, sometimes there are fears and sometimes it's, will it replace me and stuff like that, but this shouldn't be the discussion. How can we implement AI into companies, but companies are people? And I think we should discuss this more. And for this topic, definitely, I'm very, very happy that Anna Dujic, the head of the department think tank, Digital Working Society at the Federal Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs, is with us and talking with her. And I'm very, very happy, is our newest member of the board of the German AI Association and the co-founder and co-CEO of the HR tech startup Empion, Annika von Mutisweis. Ladies, please join the stage. Yep.
Anna, so good to have you here. Thank you very much for being with us today. And I think, so first of all, I mean, you do an absolutely exciting job, but I think you also have a very impressive career already. I think everybody knows you, but from your background, you studied originally political science in Munich and in Paris. You then worked for the Federal Ministry of Finance for Olaf Scholz and then also for Frank-Walter Steinmeier. And now you are you are head of the Directorate of the Digital Working Society at the Federal Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs, and you do that now since 2022, I think. And when we talked about this, I so much enjoyed listening to you because it appeared to me a little bit that your directorate, that the entity you are working on and you're head of, is a little bit like a startup in a federal ministry. Is that true? Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, gladly. First of all, thanks for having me. And thanks for hosting such a prestigious event on AI. Actually, we do see ourselves as some sort of startup within a very traditional work context. Why are we a startup? Already 8 years ago, the Federal Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs did some research on the future of labor, and they looked into the year 2030. And one of the two key findings at the time back then was, first of all, we are an economy that lacks natural resources, and we are an economy with a lot of aging people. So we lack people and resources. And if we want to maintain our level of wealth and productivity, we desperately need the ambitious use of technology. So at the Federal Ministry of Labor, already 8 years ago, there was a decision taken by the former minister that we need a whole set of new people that will understand technology, that will understand the new business models, and that will develop a whole new approach on how to enable the employees in using the technology. I totally agree with what Mr. Jasombeck said, that talents is one of the key factors in the question of how can Germany succeed in using AI? And therefore today we are very proud that we are probably the youngest directorate within the whole of the federal government. And my team consists not only of lawyers and economists, but of people with a machine learning background, coders, data scientists, because we need to have a very, very close look into AI in order to understand how it is applied in the workplace.
And just a little bit of a personal question, but now when I think of you coming into the federal ministry, having there your co-working space, and I would love to come by the way, how was it perceived by the rest of the ministry?
Oh, now everybody loves it, but at the beginning, I can confess there have been a lot of discussions even with our Workers' Council, because people in ministries are not used to this open atmosphere of a co-working space, of also new forms of collaboration, much less hierarchical, very agile. And it took some time for everybody to get used to that new concept.
And do you think they adapted some of your habits?
Yes. Our co-working space is also open to colleagues from other directorates, and by now people enjoy spending time in our workplace. And they also see that new forms of agile collaboration does bring faster results.
So in your work, you've probably seen many application cases already. Could you share of some successful AI integration cases with labor and, of course, social administration that you experienced here in Germany or also abroad?
Yes, of course. Maybe I'll take just one step back before I highlight the examples. What we assume, and this is why we stress the issue so ambitiously, what we assume is that by the end of the decade, there will be practically no job in Germany that will not be in touch with artificial intelligence. That means that we only have a very small amount of years during which we can reskill and upskill the totality of our labor force. We're talking currently about 46 million employees, and actually everybody from the caretaker in a hospital to teachers, construction workers, of course, federal employees will need to develop an understanding of artificial intelligence. That doesn't mean that everybody needs to be able to code by themselves, but they need to understand how AI actually works, how it can assist them in their daily profession and in their daily activities at their workplace, and how it actually processes the data, which are the basis of AI, of course, in order to be also literate in the use of it. And that's why, and now I'm coming back to your question on the example, that's why we also stress the use of AI in our own administration. The Federal Ministry of Labor is one of the ministries with the largest number of agencies under its umbrella, the Federal Pension Fund, the Federal Labor Market Organization. And for instance, we have one application in the so-called BG Bau, which is the agency that is in charge of protection of construction workers. So when people on construction sites have an accident, this is the insurance fund that offers them pensions as well as rehabilitation. And we have developed an application that uses the camera data of construction sites to reduce accidents on construction sites, because there is only a very small number of inspection personnel that can assure the safety standards on construction sites. And we have actually been able to dramatically reduce the number of accidents on construction sites, therefore not only reducing the number of pensions that need to be paid to victims of accidents, but also to save lives, basically, by the use of AI in a very small part of our big portfolio. But that's just one very concrete example of how we use it.
Exciting. And maybe coming from a very concrete example rather to the vision that you may have for the future, I know that you have a very holistic and also an approach that focuses on the entire society, which I think is really impressive. Could you maybe share your vision to application of AI in the workforce, let's say for the next 5 or 10 years?
Our vision is that we have to become a labor society that uses AI as normally as we use the smartphone or the internet today. So the same approach and the same vision applies actually to the whole of the society. I think what we can be proud of in the German government is that very early on we decided that artificial intelligence is not only a technological or an economic question, but also a social issue. And therefore we were one of the first countries that integrated all of these perspectives when we developed our national AI strategy. We have colleagues here from the Federal Ministry of Economy. And I think over the years, this close collaboration between the Labor Ministry, between the Ministry of Science and Innovation, but also Economic Affairs, has been very fruitful because we have this holistic approach, and we also have developed programs for the use of AI in the whole of society.
Exciting. And I mean, especially when it comes to workforce, application of AI in workforce, I mean, I know that from my experience because we work a lot in all of those GDPR topics. Could you maybe share your thoughts on how to really provide AI solutions to the workforce that are inclusive, that are correct with respect to data policies and data protection policies and all of that? Also maybe with respect to the new AI Act, how do you perceive that? How is Germany doing? Also maybe in comparison to other European or even US or Asian countries?
I think that we have a very good starting position in Germany because we are a highly industrialized economy. So traditionally, our workforce has been very open towards new technologies, automation, digitization. So we also have data that actually, given the lack of labor force, our employees are actually looking forward to the use of AI because they know that we're lacking people. So we need the assistance of technology. How can we foster technology and AI in the workplace is by actually including the people that work with it. So we know from different studies, our own, but also OECD studies, that the closer the employee is integrated in the development of artificial intelligence that is used in a specific company, the more productive is its rollout, the more higher is the acceptance of the technology, and the more productive is the company in its performance. So I think if we can learn something also from our good tradition of social partnership, is if we see the employee or the worker not as a subject, not as an object that just has to apply the new algorithm, but as a subject that has an agency of its own over the technology, the more successful we will be, not only in the labor market, but also as an economy in general.
Do you think we can learn something from other countries?
Yes, of course, we can learn from other countries. I just traveled to Sweden and Estonia 2 weeks ago and looked at how they use AI in public administration, but also in the labor force. And I think what we can learn from our Nordic friends is, first of all, they trust data. I think as Germans we can learn a bit from that. And secondly, they are far more pragmatic also in accepting that mistakes happen. So they fall down and get up very quickly and move on and improve the technology, but they are not as scared by the use of data as we Germans sometimes still are.
So last question. So do you think we still have a chance to win AI in workforce in Germany?
Yes, of course. But what is important to say is I don't think that we can do it by ourselves. I think we can win as Europeans, because what will distinguish us in Europe, also through the AI Act, from other places in the world, is this focus on the human-centric approach. It might sound a bit emotional to say that in Europe, technology serves the human and not vice versa. But if we see what some very libertarian people in the Silicon Valley say, or if we take a look at how technology is used in China to control freedom, then I think this human-centric approach will be very promising in a few years.
So just a little bit more excitement about mistakes and about data.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Anna, for being
Thank
here.
you.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for listening. And I think we hand over to the next one.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much for this conversation about the human capital agenda, but also about human-centric AI. Thank you. The next three keynotes will be about European digital sovereignty. It's related to the previous discussion. The first talk will be in combination about sovereignty and AI startups, and then the role of the cloud providers, and then we will talk about what does the US election mean for Europe. But we will start with a winner. We have the European, within the European AI Forum, we have the AI Awards. We will communicate more about this later on. But the winner will be on stage next. It's Dr. Clara Herrando. Where are you? Yeah, there are you. She's the She's the Vice President of Public Affairs and Communication at, help me,
Xane.
Xane.
Yeah, it's a new word construct, so you have to pronounce it however you want.
Yeah, say it again. You're the winner.
Xane.
Xane. Winner, Xane. And you formerly worked at Baloo, advising digital companies such as Mozilla, Stack and Overflow. So the floor is yours, and you should be proud.
Yes.
Talk about your company and explain why you are a winner.
Yes, I will do so. Thank you very much for having me here. As mentioned, my name is Clara Herrando, and I'm here for Xane, the German legal AI startup, which is developing Noxtur, Europe's first legal first sovereign legal AI. And lawyers can use this to analyze and draft legal documents, as well as also do legal research, which are kind of three of the main important aspects of a normal lawyer's life. And they can do all this in a compliant, legally compliant and also legally competent manner. And as mentioned, we had the pleasure yesterday of receiving the award, so thank you very much once again for this. And I'm here to talk to you today about European digital sovereignty and why this is important. And when I was thinking about this keynote, I initially planned to give you the classical intro to it, but then I kept thinking about this book, Always Start With Why, by Simon Sinek. Some of you might know this, and I think he's right in this point, that we always should start with a why and think about why this is important. Why Europe and European digital sovereignty are important, and why should we even care about it? And for me, this is also a very personal matter, not only kind of a business matter, so to speak, because I'm the child of refugees who fled from socialist Romania to Germany, to Western Europe, because they wanted the children to grow up in liberty and peace and prosperity and in a democracy. And in a certain way, you could say that they had a European dream and they lived this European dream. And therefore, I feel equipped coming from both of these worlds, Eastern Europe and Western Europe, and socialism versus democracy, and the Cold War versus today, however historians might or will call this period that we are experiencing right now in the future, to talk to you about why Europe, why European digital sovereignty are so important for us. And I think the thing about this is also that we should know why this is important and why we should care, so that we can explain also to others why they should care. Because, well, guess the next years won't be easy. Just look at the US, what is happening there. Just look at what is happening in Europe as a whole. We already had this earlier today with Sergey Lagodinsky when he talked about the geopolitical menace. I mean, just 2 hours from here away by plane, we have a war right here in Europe. So in a certain way, you could say that Europe is under attack. And I'm also really happy that today, if you look at the lineup of this event, there's so many Eastern European countries here. Because Europe is also more than just Western Europe, more than Germany or France or the Netherlands. And also, if you look at this, Eastern European states are right now defending the European idea. Look at Ukraine, look at Georgia, look at Moldova, but also look at Romania. And for example, this weekend, if you look at what AI might potentially do to a democratic society in Europe. So what can we do about this? I think, first and foremost, we have to stop thinking in silos. We have to work together, and I cannot stress this enough. Because we have to take on responsibility, because no one else will do this for us. We are in this alone, in a certain way, you could say. Also, because at the moment, Europe is not on par in the global AI race anymore. In a certain way, you could also say that we might have lost the race for the large language models, but we still have a chance, and I think this chance, these are the specialized, the smaller language models, the ones that have that pertain to certain specific domains. I think that is a huge, huge chance for Europe that we have to go to. And for example, we at Xane, we trained our own proprietary legal language models. We used these specialized models, not only because this way we can guarantee that they are legally competent, but also because we didn't want to have an Americanization of the law, if you want to call it like that. Because if you look at ChatGPT, it's been trained with the data on the internet, with vampire novels, something like this, but not with legal data. And if it's been trained with legal data, it's mostly American data. So if a lawyer uses this, it will have a certain American way of looking at the law. And this is important to keep in mind, that if you use these American language models or American AI models, that we also get this view of the world, this perspective with these models too. So another key learning for us when we developed Noxtour was that we have here in Europe also, we have a lot of data that we can use, a lot of sometimes even exclusive data, but we have this data and we should use it to our advantage. And for example, this is why we built the so-called Legal AI Alliance with Noxtour, which we did with partners, law companies, etc., that give us their data so that we can train the AI. Also because, fun fact, in Germany, just around about 1% of judgment verdicts are available publicly on the internet. So that is just the number that you have to keep in mind. So let me stress this once again. We won't get anywhere in the global AI race if we don't work together in Europe and find creative solutions for all of these things. And this brings me also to my next point, which may sound a little bit weird coming from a company representative, but I think that businesses should stop complaining about regulations every time they hear the word regulations. Yes. Because also, to be honest, companies reap the benefit of living in a free and liberal society, democracy, with a strong infrastructure because of a strong state. And if we don't have that, it becomes really difficult to make money. So also companies have an interest in regulations. And this way, I would say that instead of complaining, companies should start thinking about creative solutions. So becoming more creative in a certain way. And we've shown that it's possible to develop powerful AI based on European values. So therefore, I am convinced that there are also other possibilities for other companies to do that too. And also as a side note, let me stress this, that we are not only company representatives, but also private citizens. And as a private European citizen, I'm really, really, really happy that we have the AI Act that prohibits, for example, stuff like social scoring. So we should also keep this in mind. And speaking of the AI Act, we already had the topic of AI literacy today. So I don't want to delve much further into this, but I think this is also highly important for us. And I mean this for all ages. We need AI literacy for all ages, not just for children. And we don't only need it for the hard technological facts, so that people know what a vector is, how AI actually works, but also the context. Where's this information coming from? Is this valid information or not? And sometimes I also must admit I'm a little bit shocked to see that tech-savvy people, that they say stuff like, well, I looked this up at ChatGPT, and ChatGPT told me that this thing or that thing is true, which is not true. So we also need this way of looking at information and knowing what is valid or not. So I talked about kind of society, I talked about businesses, but I think another factor in this is also the governmental level. And for this, we need a strong vision for Europe as a whole, but also for the European digital sovereignty. We need a strong vision from the legislative level, from the government, from the EU on this. And before I go much into detail, I also want to stress that I have high respect for people who dedicate a large part of their life to making this a better place. But I also think that, or I do have this wish, that we stop this game of putting party over country over Europe, because this won't get us anywhere. And it's just not the time anymore to do that. We don't have time anymore. I think that's one of the most important factors in all of this. So the AI Act was very important, but it can't and shouldn't be the last step. And we already talked about this today, that the implementation, the application is the thing that is important. Now we need more innovation, we need more support, and we need more investment. We need more money for all of these steps that we want to take. We need to put the focus on sovereignty and on independence. Yeah, we need to put a stronger focus on these things more than ever before, because just look at the thing of kind of, if you look at what happened in other areas where we became too dependent on other actors, for example, on Russian natural gas. It brought us into a really bad situation, and we really should make sure that this doesn't happen with AI. To wrap it up, European digital and economic sovereignty has to be fought for by everyone. This means that politicians need to be more courageous, companies need to be more creative, and society as a whole needs to be more curious in a certain way. And maybe all of us also need to be more charismatic when talking about Europe and about the European idea. And I want to end my keynote today with a famous quote by a German politician, Hans-Dietrich Genscher. Maybe some of you remember him. He was one of the key figures in the German reunification. And a couple of years ago, he said about Europe, our future is Europe. We don't have another one. So let's keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Clara. I do understand why you are a winner, but we will talk about elections in the, afterwards. But I would vote for you as a president. Definitely, spot on. Next up in line is the role of cloud providers. Falk Weinreich. Yeah, there you are. The expert on the role of cloud providers in Europe. Please introduce yourself, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, thank you. It doesn't fit really here. Well, it does.
Maybe I can help a bit.
No, that's fine, that's fine. Just to get a few remarks.
Yeah, like this? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Before I introduce myself, when I talked about the title, it doesn't work like this.
You don't need the presenter, right?
No, I don't need this. When I thought about the title, cloud provider, the role of cloud providers, and the European digital sovereignty, a lot of times over the last weeks I heard like, sovereignty, sovereignty. Some people consider this more like a headache, like, oh, it's another party pooper. It's like a blocker of my innovation. But you can also see it as a chance. And that's, we just heard from Clara, how important things are. So it can be an accelerator as well to your business. But first, thank you, Daniel, for having me. My name is Falk Weinreich. I'm the general manager of OVH Cloud. We are a European cloud service provider. So in fact, according to IDC, the largest competitor when it comes to the Champions League of the hyperscalers. We also obviously do have IA products in our portfolio, and it's not just the GPUs which we get from our beloved monopolist, NVIDIA. It's also AI endpoints, it's models, you can use pre-models on open source. But it's not here about a company presentation. I want to put it in a context. So why are service providers, why do they play a role in this? Well, it's the underlying infrastructure, the data which is based on. If you think about the pillars of AI, you have data processing, you have collecting data, you have models you need to train, you need to store them, you need high compute storage, you need databases. So everywhere in this context, you have data, and data is exposed or could be exposed. So there's a risk which we need to mitigate when we operate with data. And one of the elements is why we have a role here is that the sovereignty is actually several aspects. The first one we touched already, it's the data sovereignty. So obviously, if you are, and we all know the Cloud Act, I don't need to repeat all the Patriot Acts and Cloud Acts of the world, but obviously if an extraterritorial legislation is entitled to access your data, then that's a problem in itself. But that's one aspect, and which people normally use to describe sovereignty. There's a second aspect to it, which is the technology sovereignty. So if you think about the operators in the market, which you give your data to, which you run your models on, are they actually open sourced or are they proprietary? Do you actually understand how they operate with your models? Can you actually take your models and move it to the next provider of your choice? Or is there a limitation? It could be even a lock-in effect, which is more monetary. So you could be forced to stick to models just by contract. But also the technology itself could be a limitation factor. So the freedom of choice could also be down to technology. And there's a third aspect to it, which is an operational sovereignty. So where actually do you want to operate your cloud? You might run your own data center, and for good reason. And you don't want the scale effects of the cloud, which is actually very interesting, but you want to run it on your own premise. And in today's world, it's very limited to do that. So if you want the cloud, but you want it on your own prem, difficult. And limit, again, your freedom of choice. And that's why over the last, not just by us, by a lot of providers, you see on-prem solutions popping up now and then, because that's the ultimately game to give you the freedom of choice for the data where you want to operate them or not. But all it ends, it's about trust, because this is coming back to the advantage and the chance of the accelerator of all of this is if your customer trusts in what you do, how you train your models, how you generate your data, then the gain trust is also an advantage. They trust you, they give you more data, you will reach more customers. And that's also the risk. If you don't have the trust, you might lose out, in fact. And I like the fact that Clara is stating it's of benefit. It could be definitely of benefit to be sovereign player. So the nice thing about it, these models and these data cloud offerings do exist in the market, and it's your choice for whatever data you want to use, what you can do. So it's not like 2-3 years ago that there were no options. We have options by now. It's you to mitigate the risk. It's you to check it out. But we can make it a better cloud, a fairer models, using the AI in the right way, using the data in the right way. And so I'm very positive that it makes sense. It is a game changer in the positive, that we have a European answer by now, and we are not limited to some very few US offerings. So with that, I wish you a great rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this positive statement about digital trust. The next question is there European digital sovereignty after the US presidential election? And the person who is going to provide the answer is Joanna Bryson. She's professor of ethics and technology at Hertie School. She's also an expert in AI policy and societal impacts. She co-authored Principles of Robotics, the world's first national level AI ethics soft policy. And she was nominated by Germany to the Global Partnership on AI, where she chaired an AI governance committee. Warm welcome for Joanna. Thank you. This chair again.
Yeah, no, seriously, that was the first AI soft law. It was in the UK when we were in the EU in 2010. But anyway, I actually hopefully have slides. If this still works. Hello? This way? Working. Okay. I hopefully have slides. I want to say that one slide. Oh, yeah. No, go way back. Let's see. Now we're way back. Come on, you're showing all my stuff. Okay. All right. I don't know what just happened. All right. So, hi. I want to talk in only 10 minutes about a lot of important things, but I also want to address some of the things that you've heard before. So I'm a little sorry, even though I brought slides, I didn't bring the right ones. The EU is absolutely on par, and I'm talking here about the EEA. Sorry, people that are still trying to get into the EU. But if we look at companies in the EEA, and we look at them by how much AI patents they're bothering to defend in the WIPO database, and if we look at the market capital, the aggregate market capital of those companies, then we're on par, believe it or not, with China. And if you look at, when we were looking at that, because people were saying all this about, oh, we don't have enough giant superstar companies in the EU, so therefore we should shut up and stop trying to regulate anything. When we looked at that, we hadn't anticipated, but what we discovered was the rest of the world, excluding China, the EEA, and the US, is actually has more of both of those metrics than China plus the EEA. So realize that digital is a leveler, And there's a lot of stuff going on in the world, and you're hearing a lot of hype from the people that have these very large companies, and I will come back to them. But first I want to talk about why, and actually Clara already blew this. But yeah, from 15 hours ago, we have this question of how somebody went from fewer than 5% to more than 23% in 2 weeks. And there's this, and interestingly, that the EU is demanding that TikTok freezes its data. So we'll see if we're successful with this. They're going to try to explore what happened. And TikTok has been more or less complying with the Digital Services Act. So I think there's a hope this will happen. But it's a really, really interesting trial balloon. And I hope we can learn both as a scientist, I'm excited to learn what happened, but also, of course, as a concerned citizen to see whether we can assert this. So coming back to the question I was asked in the first place, what's going to happen now that there's Trump back in the White House? Part of that comes down to whether the EU stays the course and enforces the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act, or whether it tries to trade enforcement or the extent of enforcement to try to get out of some tariffs. I kind of feel like, you can tell from my accent, I'm American as well as British, and I hope to be German soon. I have been here 5 years now, so that's all it's needed now, except B1, and I'm not at B1 yet. German, sorry. Anyway, talking too much about me, I just want, the 15 hours ago, one of the things that happened with the US was, and please don't take pictures of this and post this, because this is unpublished results, it's preliminary, it's from a postdoc, but he was looking at affective polarization in Germany. And the same people are the only ones who are getting affectively polarized here in Germany are the ones that suddenly voted for Trump who had never voted before, okay? And so it's young and uneducated, or uneducated means not going to college. And what we've heard in the US was that these people believed that cryptocurrency was the only way they could get onto the property ladder, that they had some way of accumulating wealth. And so now what we have is hundreds of millions of people worldwide who are aligned, their interests are aligned with Putin's, money launderers, right? So this is a real problem, and this is in Germany. Anyway, so sorry, I'm forgetting where to point. Hello. Can you build one? Sorry, I'm not going to. Yeah, okay. So with my own results, build again. I don't know how I was getting this before, and now I can't. There we go. Yeah, thanks. So affective polarization, which is this phenomena of really dehumanizing the outgroup, where you kind of go crazy and don't want to cooperate. It turns out that's not correlated with social media use at all. Loads of people have looked for it, they haven't found it, but it is correlated with economic precarity. So it may indeed be that these people have a good reason to be afraid of the future, and we do need to think about dissemination. Fortunately, Europe is good at that, and Germany is historically good at that. A slide. So position polarization, though, is affected by social media. So among those who are affectively polarized, they're the ones most likely to retweet disinformation. And so it seems to be a way that people have found ways to manipulate those who are afraid and get them to herd onto particular ideas that are conducive to other governments. So this is the problem we're worrying about. So that was the why. Now let's get into the how. I'm really sorry, guys, but unless I get a new... Oh, that worked. Okay, good. Okay, so this is some of the how. Right? There's a lot of regulations. I get being worried about this, but we're trying to produce public goods such that, and I think some of the people are here too, right? But there's some people are trying to come together and help small companies do this new task of compliance. Really, the digital compliance is lighter weight than the other sectors. So it is just a matter of finding people who know how to do it. It's not that big of a deal, and we want to help you. We don't want this to be like GDPR also in the context of just people panicking and investing too much effort in compliance, right? Okay, so next slide. If this was on my own laptop, I would have had fireworks come out around the fact that we finally finished the AI Act there. But personally, I think the most important things are the Digital Marketing Act and the Digital Services Act. Next slide. So all of this rests on the basis of the GDPR. And basically what happened was, now that we have AI, it's like airspace after we got airplanes. Nobody used to defend their airspace until people started dropping bombs. Nobody thought about your personal data until we realized you could be manipulated with it. It's an extension of you. It is our obligation to defend your personal data. That is something that it's not just like, do we have the right? We have an obligation under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Okay, next. Whoops, no, that's back. Go forward. Thank you. No, it's back. Back. There. Okay, so the Digital Services Act, it's how we check that the GDPR is working in this very important area of recommenders, right? It's basically about recommenders. Please, if you're still on Twitter, use lists. Do not, I didn't see any more Musk in the last 2 months because I use lists, but I mostly use Blue Sky. Anyway, so but the point is that it's about profiling recommender systems and targeted advertising. This is what we saw exposed in Brexit and in the previous Trump election. Next. Okay, the Digital Markets Act is also super important, and we'll come back to these giant companies thing again. But basically, the US stopped enforcing the antitrust laws that they had innovated in the 19th century. Why did they innovate them? Because they were a young democracy, and they were afraid that some people were getting more power than they could regulate. Again, if you're an autocracy, you just throw people in jail. We've seen what autocrats might do. But in democracy, how do you handle that much power? And they said, well, let's dissipate it, okay? And so let's make sure people use their power well. But sometimes there's things like electricity or water or telephones that it really does make sense to have a large company. And so that's called a utility. So anyway, right now, I'm just saying that the Digital Markets Act is this new thing. It's an interesting thing. It's an interactive piece of legislation. It won't probably affect many people in this, well, not directly, but indirectly. It should hopefully help the people in this room. But it's a way for the EU to negotiate with these big services and try to help them. Actually, I know someone from NVIDIA is here. So they're the kind of people it would be great to start cooperating with and get this thing going. And then next, finally, I think you've heard plenty about this. All we're saying with the AI Act is that, guess what, software is a product. But we started enforcing only when that product can take actions in important domains. Okay? All right, next. Okay, now, back to that question about these really big things. I mean, I've heard people in Amsterdam, like the government of Amsterdam, saying, what if Google Maps goes down? What if they shut us out? Like, our tourists would be lost. Right? And this is weird because we used to be able to read maps, but people now aren't used to it. I even sometimes, you look at a piece of paper going, where's the blue dot? It's like, no more blue dots if you don't have your internet. So go on. Next. So as I mentioned, ordinarily we prefer a market to set prices. That's the idea of antitrust, to make sure that nothing unfair is happening. So the market is the thing that makes sure that you don't charge too much or you don't have too much corruption. However, sometimes we can't do that. And so that's when, we have utilities. Okay, next after this one. Sorry. So yeah, the ideal is that if you unfortunately cannot rely on the market, then the government has to spend more time setting the prices, and the government has to spend more time making sure you're not doing corrupt things, right? So so there should be more, not less, regulation of these really big entities. And that's what the US has stopped doing, and although they were just starting under Biden. And notice this is not just about tech. So James Besson wrote an amazing book in 2022, and I want to tell you, again, very much in line with what Clara was saying, enforcing antitrust regulation actually increases innovation, right? Good governance makes it easier to innovate. It makes it easier to have market entries. In every sector, wherever people are investing the most in software, they're creating these natural monopolies. They're solving logistics. They're growing giant companies. So this is in pharma. This is in, what do you call it? Stores. All kinds of things are having this problem. So this is a problem that's not special to tech, but it is part of the AI age. That we need to make sure that we handle this and we can maintain diversity and allowing new entries into all kinds of sectors. Okay, next. All right, so this is the last slide. You'll be relieved to hear there's one more, like my title slide again, but next. I think what we need to do is we need to figure out to handle those things. Those are bigger than the EU. So my logic was, why do we need this? What are we doing in the EU? What needs more? And I think globally we need to think about ways to handle these utilities. Maybe part of the reason the US stopped applying its own laws was because it couldn't. It also is having trouble getting revenue out of Google and Microsoft and things because they are transnational, right? And if you talk to these representatives of these companies here in Europe, they often say we identify more as Europeans than for that. Yeah, so I'm out. So let's keep going quickly. Yeah. So also, we have to learn what we've learned from the EU, avoid veto players, but somehow find a way to reward governments, maybe through equitable redistribution, on proportionate contributions, given that every single area is providing not only talent, as we heard from the gentleman at the beginning of the afternoon, but also, of course, our data as well as our infrastructure. So we deserve adequate redistribution, come back, in exchange for having access to our markets. And we have to reward the companies. Stable, predictable contributions, lower cost capital influence on policy, basically, and an end to the winner take all, so the companies don't need to be afraid either. Keep going. Yeah, and yeah, maybe we'll have to Airbus a little, sorry guys. Go on. Next. All right, and yeah, it's possible that doing this will help us achieve peace, we'll see, but it would provide another incentive to try to stay in the order, just like FICA. Okay, final. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, dear colleagues. I'd like to present a topic, the role of artificial intelligence in cybersecurity. I'm Professor Paulius Pakutinskas, and my activities are related to artificial intelligence, regulation of artificial intelligence, ethics, and cybersecurity. So when we talk about the AI and cybersecurity, so we have few angles how it interrelate between each other. So you can use AI to create or participate in cyber attacks, so to be aggressive, or fight against cyber attacks. At the same time, AI solutions themselves can be as a target of attacks with some other intentions. So when we look at the long list of risks of technologies in general, or risks related to artificial intelligence, normally you always will see a security issue, cybersecurity issue, which is very important. And in some researches, you can see that it's main or very next to first risks mentioned in such researches. So here we can find that there are several motivations why people, or let's say why aggressors like to use cyber attacks. So normally it's economic initiative, strategic, political, and so on and so on. But it's very important to understand that now in this world we have states as attackers who has enormous amount of money, enormous possibilities, and other resources like specialists. So here we can see that the risk is growing. When we look at the picture, how attacks are done, or the principles, the main solutions, how it is done, so they are quite the same with AI or without AI. So here we're just talking about different means. In this picture, you can see that means is just a possibility to use better solutions, better, cheaper solutions, and make it more harm or more sophisticated. Here we can see the possibility how such attacks influence the society. So it could be public safety, economic implications, political and social instability, and other disturbing activities what can be harmful for all society. So here you can see what is quite familiar, I think, for you, the whole life cycle of some AI models, and it's long and complicated. What does it mean? Why I'm mentioning? Because in all of these stages, in different stages, there can be specific influence, negative influence, AI security threats, but at the same time, you can use security controls. So is it just a theoretical issue? Not really, because we can see that there is increase of 54%, but the issue is that not in all cases we can precisely specify that it is based on artificial intelligence. Okay, so here you can see that according specific research, just 13% of all cases we can say that we can tell that it is AI generated, but we can't say in 41, so we maybe think that it could be, but we're not sure. So we can use AI for cyber security professionals. We can analyze user behavior patterns, automate repetitive tasks, monitor network traffic, and maybe the most important, detect and block threats. What is and the idea? And you can see that it could be in quite big range. So let's go to legal part, because my topic is more legal issues here. So we have really a lot of new legislation related to cybersecurity. And these laws and regulations are not just one-pagers. Most of them are really big documents. Some of them are regulations, some of them are directives which need to be transported to national legislation. But we see big changes in legislation related to cybersecurity. But we are not going to talk about cybersecurity regulation in this case, but let's talk about AI-specific regulation. Does AI regulation require cybersecurity? So let's start from soft law or recommendations, high-level recommendations. When we talk about OECD values-based principles, so you can see here it is marked that one of the principles is security and safety. What about UNESCO? UNESCO is raising the same principle, safety and security, as one of the most important principles for AI. Good, but we know that we have not just soft law, but we have hard law, our Artificial Intelligence Act, which was discussed a lot. So let's look at this document from this narrow angle of cybersecurity. So we have 7 principles. They were formed a bit earlier than Artificial Intelligence Act. It was done by high-level experts group. So here, technical robustness and safety is mentioned as really important, one of the 7 principles. But here we need to mention that it's non-binding at in this case too. So here we still have non-binding requirements. Okay, so let's look at the text of the document. So here it is marked that cybersecurity plays a crucial role in ensuring that AI systems are resilient against attempts to alert their use, behavior, performance, and compromise the security properties by malicious third party exploiting the system's vulnerabilities. And that's a really important topic. So here it is stressed that cybersecurity is really crucial for artificial intelligence. Okay, now let's go to specific AI systems, and as we know, they are prohibited. So we do not need to talk about cybersecurity for prohibited because they are just prohibited. Let's talk about high-risk systems. So here it is said that high-risk systems, as regards risk management, should apply cybersecurity requirements. Okay. Let's see deeper. So high-risk AI systems should perform consistency through their life cycle. So it's not just for some one time, but for all life cycle, and meet appropriate level and accuracy, robustness, and cybersecurity. Okay, so for high-risk AI systems, it is raised quite specific requirement of cybersecurity. And we have Article 15, which is dedicated to accuracy, robustness, and cybersecurity. And here you can see in principle repeated what it was earlier in the text, that high-risk AI systems shall be designed and developed in such way that they achieve an appropriate level of accuracy, robustness, and cybersecurity through their life cycle. And it's very important to point what level of cybersecurity do we need, because there is no absolute cybersecurity or security in general. So the technical solutions aiming to ensure the cybersecurity of high-risk AI systems shall be appropriate to the relevant circumstances and the risk. So we need to look what risk generates, and then to find what cybersecurity measures to be used. Okay, so we see that one of AI systems, they are required for cybersecurity. What about general purpose AI with systemic risk? So in this case, we need to adequate level of cybersecurity protection. So for general purpose AI models with systemic risk, we have a requirement of cybersecurity protection at the same time. So, okay, so here we have requirements for AI systems or models, but what about institutions? Here you can see that for notified bodies, they need the body shall satisfy the organizational and cybersecurity requirements. What about the competent authorities? Competent authorities need to have expertise, competences in cybersecurity. So that's quite highly raised requirement. Good. So here it was about Europe, about the AI Act, but what about the world, about other countries? As you know, AI Convention was signed in Vilnius in this autumn, in the beginning of the autumn. Here you can see countries which signed, but here we need just one more step. 5 countries need to ratify this convention. So we are still in the process. What is said in this document? So it's softer document. There are no so clear requirements, but cybersecurity falls under reliability. So you can see that here you have the same requirement as in other cases. So we can see that in principle, when we talk about any regulation, soft or hard regulation, let's say local, like a regional, like European, or we are going to some agreements, international agreements. Anyway, cybersecurity issue is raised. So thank you for your attention, and let's construct our solutions and take into consideration cybersecurity as a requirement. Thank you.
We're now coming to a very important question. Of course, when we're talking about AI, we're talking about the energy component of it. And when you hear sometimes that some American tech players are thinking about new construction of nuclear plants and things like that, the AI discussion, besides the risk discussion that we have, becomes very soon also an energy discussion. And I think we have to be aware of that, and I think that's very important that Jan Frömberg from Cloud and Heat will take the next keynote, the next 10 minutes, about thinking about sustainable AI, energy-efficient infrastructures and beyond. Jan, come on stage, please.
Yeah, thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Jan Frömberg, Technical Business Development Manager at Cloud and Heat Technologies. And I'm grateful to be here for the opportunity to speak on a holistic approach of sustainable AI from the perspective of a cloud provider. So we just heard some perspectives of a cloud provider, but these are some other ideas, and I'm looking forward to share my thoughts. Okay. To share my thoughts about this approach. Okay, then let us start with an optimistic note. So AI can help address environmental and societal challenges. So in a Boston Consulting survey, 87% of AI leaders and climate leaders think that AI can help fight climate change. And this almost matches with the study I brought to you today. So you can see two of these spider diagrams, which shows us sustainable development goals in different areas like environment, society, and economy. So if you're not familiar, the farther to the end, the higher the values. And what we see here is that these charts show us that the negative or the positive ones prevail the negative ones of AI. So this leads us to a conclusion that ultimately the impact of AI will be shaped by human choices and society values by proactively addressing the challenges and seizing the opportunities, that we can ensure that AI benefits humanity as a whole. So, but this optimistic note lasts not for too long. Here I can show you I will depict some downsides shortly. So the growing complexity of AI models has an impact of the environment, of course. And you see on the left-hand side a diagram from the 2024's AI index report. And what you can see here is that even the actual Gemini Ultra LLM of Google has doubled the cost of the GPT-4 model with $191 million. So yeah, I can do great things, but if it doesn't burn the planet and even compete, yeah, with a carbon footprint or revile with a carbon footprint of cryptocurrencies. And we don't have to forget that even there's potential for strong dependence on specific technologies, organization, and even states. So what can infrastructure providers do? Let me show you two pillars. One is reducing and second, contributing. What means reducing? Reducing means energy efficiency to reduce environmental impact to protect our basis of lives, and contributing to contribute to digital sovereignty. To avoid vendor lock-in, we heard about today much times, and to keep up real digital alternatives to strengthen society and economy. So I have to say, in fact, we Cloud and Heat are not just a cloud provider. We are an on-premise solution provider supporting you with energy-efficient hardware solutions and consulting. But what means energy efficiency in the data center? So let me show you the energy perspective of a data center. You can see different kinds of electricity is used here for IT, cooling, and support. And this energy is transformed into heat, of course. So how improve the energy efficiency of the data center? Okay, you can see here there's a server blade, and the short answer is direct hot liquid cooling. So classical air cooling has a need for a starting temperature of 27 degrees. In comparison, the direct hot water cooling cools with 50 degrees. And this has a possibility to even cool the hardware in summer times and let us use waste heat in different use cases. So so why we use this hot liquid cooling, the higher heat capacity of water, renders the possibility for no need of huge amount of volume streams due to their low heat capacity, and the higher temperature makes it possible to use free cooling, reduce energy demand, and local carbon emissions. So what we achieve here is a saving about 70% in comparison to classical air cooling. And this leads us to some different use cases like building heating, local or district heating, greenhouse, water desalination, and some other interesting use cases. We also have our data center in the Euroteum in Frankfurt. This waste heat is used there for heating also, so we have such technologies in the field. And beyond energy efficiency, we can do some more things. The impact could be reduced with distributed infrastructures, for example. So here's a picture of an open source software, Kraki, developed by us and hosted by the Alaska Foundation. By the way, Krake won the Digital Saxony Award this year in the category of open source, so just mentioned that. And yeah, Krake has built, or how does it work? So Krake has built in measures to cleverly control software workload by environmental parameters like renewable energy and renewable energy on specific locations. But what else can we do? Yeah, we can ask ourselves some questions. For example, we can find answers and solutions for questions in what other ways technologies compromise the needs of current and future generations. And we can have, or we can strengthen digital sovereignty in the cloud to have an open cloud infrastructure. The cloud users are in control of their hardware and their data. Can switch cloud providers, have transparency by open source, and have the freedom of choice by existence of real alternatives and standards. To summarize this, there's a long and winding road to sustainability, but we can act when things are missing, like with the software Yauk, Kraki I showed, the Alaska Foundation. We can integrate solutions that have a positive impact, like the OSP Alliance or the Sovereign Cloud Stack. We can standardize to facilitate alternatives, like the GaiaX project. And I guess we should and think about collaborating and share as often as possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And in time. So thank you so much, and pointing out the energy thing. I think Krake is quite an idea. If you ask yourself, who is the good-looking man beside me? This is my good friend Kilian Rajev. He is the lead here in the European AI Forum for the AI cluster in Bulgaria. And I give the reins to you. Welcome. A little mic, you can take any mic.
I can use this. The idea we heard today very often is that the European AI Forum, we are very proud to connect the Eastern and the Western European countries, as well as the Northern and the South in Europe. A very good example, who is also a close friend of the AI cluster in Bulgaria, I would like to introduce Mr. Dario Soric, who is the regional digitalization lead at the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, based in Prague at the embassy. And we will learn a little bit more about the history of the digital development and how this affects the AI strategy. Dario, welcome. I'm happy to introduce you.
Thank you, Kilian. Thank you. So, thank you for this. I've actually had quite a lot of pleasure in listening to all the talks today, because there was even mentioned that Europe is actually not as gloomy as we thought in comparison to the East and the West and everywhere else. That's a good thing, I suppose. I think one thing in particular that we usually tend to talk about also are the strategies. And here in Europe, we tend to strategize a lot of things. Now, Denmark just recently released its AI strategy, national strategy, which in essence was based on guidelines that we had made a long time ago already. But it's necessary to have a strategy so we can have a common approach to how are we going to implement AI in society. Now, I will also mention that I will speak mostly about AI in terms of government, in terms of society, and not so much in terms of the applications of it in industry, because that in itself is very important. And when we can optimize the processes in companies, we absolutely should, because we are, after all, trying to keep up with technology in Europe, and we're trying to compete with other parts of the world. Having said that, I think that in Europe we spend a lot of time on strategizing and doing some policies and restrictions and regulations that end up playing a little bit against us. Another thing and what I want to mention about strategies is that once we start on creating one or blueprinting one, we end up having a board of nodding and saying yes to whatever is being pushed forward without actually talking about the implications of the strategy, positive or negative. And if we also look into the next decade or two, how is this going to look? We have experience with that in Denmark. When we strategized our digital transformation 20 years ago, we spoke about this already. We made many mistakes, and actually in the early 2000s we digitized everything. We digitized schooling, curriculum, textbooks, and we ended up recently starting to invest a lot of money into bringing back textbooks. Bringing back also textbooks not only in schools and elementary curriculum, but also equipping libraries heavily, because we realized what kind of cognitive negative impact digitization had. Why do I mention this? Is because as we go on about now trying to create new strategies for AI, we need to have a strategy that has a real cause. And I think in Europe, I'm rooting for Europe in this whole competition, of how to go about AI. And when we look into the stance that we have, where we've always tried to compete with the technologies, we have to realize that we do have the brain power, we do have the talent, but we should maybe digitize and use AI from the perspective of, let's take a cause that is actually very important to society. The reason why I earlier mentioned the textbooks and so on is because that's something that we learned from our history, that we digitized just to digitize. We didn't digitize based on a cause. We thought it was just a strategy that we needed to implement because it was a technology that is new and it needs to be used. In AI in particular, when we look, for instance, at some of the experiences that we've had already throughout our regions, we can see that the same strategies are being, much like with digitization, are being copied over into other countries, and nobody's really sitting down and brainstorming it from scratch. Why do we need? What should we do with it? Nevertheless, I do want to say as well, to backtrack slightly, that in Europe, we should, in between the countries, really spar with each other on that knowledge. Not only from the experience that we've had previously, but just in general, what do we think about it from a, it was mentioned here as well by Dr. Clara, to have a certain sense of solidarity and how do we go about it together. Now, what that means as well is that as we come to the point of should we cooperate and spar on the knowledge, we shouldn't be afraid to do so either. There's plenty of EU money for everybody, because a lot of EU money is also the focal point when trying to develop these strategies and implement them. There's plenty of that, and we've seen countries where a particular country buys knowledge from one and afraid that, that money is not going to be held within the borders. We need to disassemble this whole mentality and get rid of it and get away with it, because it doesn't help, and we actually have a lot of knowledge that we should share across. And now to go back to what to do with the technology, I mentioned earlier that it should be used for a cause and not just because it's there. We have recently in Denmark addressed some really key points. With digitization, I mentioned we look retroactively, and we see that retrospectively, and we see that it has had a lot of negative impacts on society. But now in AI, with AI, it's a steroid version of digitalization. It's not only an extension, it's going to become very indistinguishable from reality. It already is. And we need to realize that it's going to create these challenges even stronger than we've had before. Just last week, we actually were supposed to have a conversation, government, in Denmark, we were supposed to have a conversation with TikTok, which we've had for quite some time because of some stuff that is going on social platforms. And the digitization minister, she came out and literally canceled the whole event that was planned because she said, enough talk. You either do it or you don't. If you don't, we'll really apply some heavy rules here. Because on social media, what we've found is that children, youth, are not thriving, obviously, as you can imagine. I'm not going to go into the topics of depression, suicide, and all of that, because you can probably imagine that's pretty self-explanatory. But we see also a lot happening in regards to the exploitation of children, the manipulation that leads to, quite frankly, also child trafficking. Reason why I mentioned that is not to end, my speech on a very heavy note, but that's because it's something that I've seen quite a lot of, and something that I find very of a big passion, even though it's a wrong word to use in this context. But such causes, I think, are opportunities, and this is just one of many, as you can imagine, are causes that can be used and should be used as a reason to use such a strong technology. I do compare AI to digitization. In some senses it is, and albeit the regulatory and policy implications are also very necessary and important. But I think when we look at Europe and the stance that it has in trying to keep up with technology, if we use these technologies to really address something at the core of society, which we end up reverting to in the end, I think it's a bit better battle than keeping up with a certain technology, but rather really addressing the societal impacts and matters. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Dario. We just joked about that in Europe, this copying of these strategies is a way of unifying them. So this was, I think, a funny reality. But I wanted to ask, because you addressed several challenges, how did, although maybe you can have an example or elaborate, how Denmark reacts to these challenges that you mentioned? Do you have an example, or can you elaborate it?
Yeah, we actually, since last year, we have formed a Nordic Alliance addressing these issues, in particular to youth. And we just had a petition with 50,000 signatures that then went into Parliament, that we are going to look heavily into utilizing the European Digital Identity Wallet to make sure that youth below the age of 16 cannot access a lot of platforms, not only social media. On paper, it's a good idea. Australia is going through the same process. How it will look in the end is questionable, but it is very important that we do push forward with this, with such an idea. One psychologist in Denmark has been very engaged in this for a long time, and actually the originator of this petition, looking heavily into healing this whole cloud when it comes to youth, and going about this. But yeah, 16 years should be the minimum, we say in Denmark, to then actually use this social media, because oftentimes when, I've spoken with many of you as well, oftentimes I'm imagining how wonderful it was back in the day when we were just, as kids, obviously, out in the street doing nothing rather than being consumed by a phone. I mean, for me personally, the image of not having a phone or even losing my phone is utopia. I would love it. That's actually why I leave it all the time, even in cafes. I'm testing fate, So yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kilian.
Thank you.
Thanks. Kilian.
Thanks. Well, Dario, I had a Game Boy, but okay. Before social media. No, but I think you address very important things. Guys, we are near to the end. The finishing line is just above you. Just wanted to quickly say that yesterday at the Dutch Embassy, and thank you also for the representative of the Dutch embassies who are here also today, we had the possibility of giving out the first European AI Awards. And let me just take you quickly through that. If the magic stick is functioning not, okay, then I will say next. So next, please. And we're still waiting for the prizes, the winners of the prizes, which was elected by a jury all over Europe. There in the first category, we had AI business. Next, please. Or can I do it myself? Oh, yeah, wait, perhaps one should do it. And we are still waiting. At the end, the little technical problems. Could you do it, friends? That would be nice if we could have the presentation of the EAIF awards in this sense. Okay, now, so on the point of AI business, Autoscriber based in the Netherlands won. They develop digital scribes for doctors and other healthcare professionals. Today, Clara, you met Xine. They deliver legal competent tool that helps lawyers analyze, review, and draft documents. And Neuland AI, they do AI consulting for German SMEs, which I can tell you is a hard work to do. And we're just looking here. There is the point. And the AI ecosystems enabler was the winner. The KI Park is an association of 20 plus companies, startups, research institutions, technology partners in Berlin, Marienfelde, Endstation U6. And we have France Travail, first European public employment service to create and publish its charter for ethical AI. And Geywitz, they are also in Berlin, designed to facilitate AI entrepreneurship with expertise, and they are part of the Berlin universities. So, in the category of AI spin-offs, I think DeepL, I think most of you, especially in the European AI Forum, when we have to translate each other, will know it quite well. They are there, and the KU Leuven, they are doing spin-offs, 135 in the time, and notable spin-offs are RTQ and others. Then Aleph Alpha from Germany providing AI services, Mistral, of course, from France with the large language models, and GraphCore, they specialize in creating accelerators and software for AI applications. And then we have the policy shapers, because in the world of AI acts and things like that, we need people who can talk to. Sergey Lagodinsky was here today, other members of parliament, but winners were Kai Zenner, the head of Office in Digital Policy of Axel Voss, and Maria Gabriel, the former EU Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth. And then we have the investors. That is then, let me have a quick look. It's BP France, significant state-backed funding for large AI and deep tech projects. Then we have the European Innovation Council, EIC, and Index Venture, who are primarily growth stage in Series B onward. And that was it. From this kind. And perhaps a little round of applause for all the winners that we had there. Thank you. Thanks for the nomination. Congratulations. And can I ask Piotr and Marloes perhaps to join me on stage? There's Marloes. That's perfect.
Oh, it's there.
Hello.
Hello.
So, guys, we are pretty much at the end of it. I thank you. Let me say just thank you to some people. Well, thank you for you who took like 5 hours of condensed AI knowledge with you. This is, I know, not the easiest task on a Friday and stuff like that, but I hope Yes, but I hope we really could provide you with interesting speeches. It's the 10th one. I remember the first one in Zagreb. I remember the one, of course, in Paris. I remember the big one there in Ljubljana, what they did there. And it goes on and goes on. We did some in Brussels, and it's really, it's of course hard work. And but I really enjoy having you here now in Berlin. Everyone here from Bulgaria, from Lithuania, from Croatia, from France.
But first we need an applause for you and your team.
For the team of KI Bundesverband.
Thank you so much.
No,
this was a great edition. Thank you.
Thank you. You're very kind.
Very well organized.
Thank you.
Like the German way.
Yeah, that's it. Guys, before we go, we want to keep the reins of the next European AI Forum to our Polish friends, because Poland will take the presidency of the EU. And perhaps you can tell also a little bit about what Poland is planning for the AI House.
So I warmly invite you to Poland in June. We will organize the 11th edition of the European AI Forum, probably in Gdańsk, and it's going to be 17th of June. So it's going to be 11th edition. In terms of the AI House, we plan to have, like I mentioned at the beginning, 5 days of the discussion about sovereignty, but also the business cases. Yeah. We're going to bring the best startups and best Polish founders, like the one who you mentioned, DeepL. There's a Polish guy over there in DeepL. There are many famous scientists in, for example, OpenAI and many other companies. So we want to bring them all together to Davos and present the brightest, best ideas.
All right. Yeah, we're really looking forward visiting you. Yeah, on this side. Marloes, thank you so much. You all here, thank you so much for being with us. And now for the last program point.
Yeah, there's going to be a video recording from our minister, because yesterday he had another event in Brussels. So unfortunately, you can't be in 2 places in the same time, at least right now. So he didn't send his avatar, but it's a real live video recording with a statement about what is happening in terms of AI Act.
So, thank you very much. See you in Gdansk, and have a good evening, everyone. And
it's only a couple of weeks ahead of Polish presidency in the European Union. And in this special time, we need to address the fast development of AI. And we have a clear plan. First, we see that we have enough regulations on AI in the European Union. What we need to focus on is common implementation of the AI Act. And that's one of our objectives during not only 6 months, but for the next European Commission term. We believe that common implementation of not only AI Act, but also other pieces of the digital regulations in Europe can provide the coherent and consistent legal system all across our continent. That's why we want to bring all European member states to the table to talk about how we implement our regulations. Furthermore, we expect that the new European Commission will rule out the new AI apply strategy. Because we believe that not only regulation is the key, but especially we need to have a wise investment and management strategy in terms of not only AI, but also other disruptive technologies. If AI apply strategy will be covered by our presidency, we'll be ready to conduct wide consultations all across not only member states, but also different groups and environments, including especially business, NGOs, and academia. We believe that AI is not only about regulations or investment strategy, because we need to bring not only funds for AI companies, we need to bring them also infrastructure. That's why we will put the special focus on computing resources, on computing powers, as well as on the new supply of energy. Because we are aware that AI needs more and more energy. And we need to be coherent not only with regulations, but also with strategy and infrastructure. So, our 6 months presidency in the European Union, it's not only about coherent regulation, it's also about common strategy, about infrastructure, and about building the resilient AI environment in the European Union. Because I couldn't agree more with Mrs. Henna Virkkunen saying about AI continent. And I believe that's our common aim, to build here Europe as the AI continent.